Chapter 334. The plains were vast and seemed to stretch on endlessly. Chunzong sprinted through the grassy plains, heading north at full speed. The aura here is different from the one in the dynasty. As he ran, Chunzong carefully sensed his surroundings. Just like people, different regions would have different auras: calm, peaceful, violent, and so on. The aura of a region was not only related to its environment, but also to the creatures that inhabited it. For example, in regions where monster beasts gathered, the aura would be affected by the monster beasts and become violent, filled with monster chi fluctuations. The aura of the dynasty was relatively peaceful. Although there was competition everywhere, it was a kind of benign competition under the laws of the dynasty, full of vitality. But the feeling Chunzong got from this place, with a mixture of violence and ferocity, a kind of chaotic aura. Before he set off, his honored master Marquis Lin Shan had already said that the junction of the three great dynasties was a wilderness. This wilderness was not under the jurisdiction of the three great dynasties, and because the land was barren, the three great dynasties did not compete for it, turning it into an unregulated zone. Many martial artists who had committed crimes in the three great dynasties were unwilling to be captured. They all fled from the dynasties and entered the wilderness. In this wilderness, there was a city called the Three Ferocious City. Three Ferocious City was originally built by three vicious, transcendent realm masters, and after passing down generation after generation, it had developed to become very powerful. After the death of the Three Ferocious, although no transcendent realm masters appeared in the city, there were many pseudo-transcendent realm masters. Some information about Three Ferocious City flashed through his mind, but Chunzong did not slow down at all. In the barren wilderness, the figures of monster beasts could occasionally be seen, but they were not powerful monster beasts. After a gray wolf discovered Chunzong, it let out a howl and rushed over like a gust of wind, passing by Chunzong's figure. Chunzong was still moving forward, but the lone wolf fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Its eyes were dim, and it had already lost its life. There were no visible wounds on its surface, but if one were to cut it open, one would find that its bones, muscles, and internal organs were all shattered. The moment they passed each other, Chunzong's sleeves seemed to have accidentally touched Lone Wolf's body. The flowing water sword he had comprehended bombarded Lone Wolf's body. The tyrannical power was like flowing water, shaking Lone Wolf's body and causing damage from the outside to the inside. Although Lone Wolf's body looked intact on the outside, it was a mess inside. However, this was also because Lone Wolf's strength was relatively weak. If it had been other powerful demonic beasts, Chunzong's sleeves might not have been able to do this. As he passed by, Chunzong caught a glimpse of a few rotting corpses from the corner of his eye. He could not help but sigh. It was rare to see such a scene in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, but Chunzong had already seen several such scenes. It was indeed a chaotic place. However, if they wanted to reach the sinking Feather River, they would have to pass through this place. Kill, Silent Gale, go to hell. Hundreds of meters away, a group of people were torn between life and death. Saber light danced wildly, spears' shadows crisscrossed, and withered grass fluttered in the air. The aftermath spread out and tore the ground apart. Chunzong ignored them. He did not want to get involved in this kind of unnecessary trouble. However, along the way, no less than 5 people were killed, which made Chunzong feel more emotional. Stop. Hand over the cultivation method obediently, and I'll spare your life. A young man was running at full speed. He was as vigorous as a cheetah, but he looked panicked. Behind him, 3 men in short brown robes were chasing him crazily. All of them looked ferocious. Here's something for you. The young man seemed to realize that it was difficult for him to escape. When he saw Chunzong, he directly took out something from his arms, exerted his strength, and threw it at Chunzong as if he was throwing a stone. Chunzong's figure drifted away to avoid it. However, he did not want to get into trouble, but trouble still came to him. One of the men in short brown robes smirked and threw out a palm. There was a vortex of strength in his palm that kept spinning. Warriors with lower strength would feel dizzy, but it did not affect Chunzong at all. Chunzong's figure flashed and avoided the palm of the warrior in short brown robes. At the same time, he said, "I'm just passing by." However, the three men acted as if they did not hear him. They attacked again with murderous intent. It was not strange to kill people indiscriminately in the territory of Triple Ferocious City. In this chaotic place, it was not strange to kill people if you did not like them, if you were in a bad mood, or if you just wanted to kill people. Seeing that the three warriors in short robes who were chasing him had changed their target, the young man was relieved. However, he did not feel guilty at all. Instead, he tightened his clothes and hurried away. "It's fine as long as I'm alive. It has nothing to do with me whether others die or not," the young man thought. Once again, Chunzong avoided the attacks of the three men. His expression was cold and solemn. "You have some strength, but you still have to die." The three warriors in short brown robes were angry that they could not kill Chunzong. Their faces were full of murderous intent. They directly used their killing moves and attacked Chunzong fiercely. Chunzong had already backed down twice. He would not back down a third time. If they wanted to kill him, then die. He did not draw his sword. The three warriors in 8 turn of the training realm were not qualified to do so. Chunzong's index finger gently swept across the air like a sharp sword. The sword's strength was like water, silently permeating the surroundings. The killing moves of the three warriors in short robes were like dust being washed away by running water. They all retreated and disappeared. The movements of the three warriors also stopped in the air, their eyes full of confusion. Ignoring the three men because they had already lost their lives, Chunzong grabbed the air with his 5 fingers. The thing that fell to the side flew into his hand. It was a book. Chunzong flipped it open and took a look. It was just a low-grade, earth-tier cultivation technique. It was very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. Chunzong read it over and over again. Indeed, there was nothing special about it. It was just a very ordinary low-grade, earth-tier cultivation technique. It was common stuff, and it was even a handwritten copy. The handwriting was too ugly. With a gentle shake, the book instantly shattered and turned into dust. It seems that the so-called cultivation method is still in that person's hands. Chunzong thought to himself. His gaze was distant as he looked in the direction that the young man had left. His sharp eyes could still see the young man's figure in the distance. With a soft laugh, Chunzong's body was as light as the wind as he flew in the direction that the young man had left in. The young man's cultivation was only in 8 turn of the training realm. Although his speed was not slow, there was a huge gap between him and Chunzong. Not long after, the young man who thought that he had gotten rid of the pursuit suddenly felt a breeze blowing past him. In front of him, a somewhat familiar figure appeared and blocked his way. "Get out of the way." The young man's reaction was very fast. Every martial artist in the 3 Ferocious City had a lot of battle experience. Their reaction was very fast, and they could react in the shortest time possible. This was something that many martial artists from different dynasties did not have. After all, the environment they lived in was different. In a place like 3 Ferocious City, if one was not vigilant enough and did not react fast enough, one could easily be killed. However, in the face of absolute power, fast reaction was useless. In the face of the young man's fierce attack, Chunzong only waved his sleeve casually. A powerful force flowed out like flowing water. Not only did it dissolve the young man's killing move in an instant, but it also made the young man's body tremble continuously. The young man's chi and blood dissipated. The young man's whole body softly fell down like a snake that had its bones pulled out. The young man's face was full of shock. He finally realized that he had offended someone he should not have offended. It was too late for regrets. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he realized that he could not open his mouth. After a while, the young man barely recovered some strength. He quickly got up and knelt on the ground. "Sir, I was blind to have offended you. Please let me go." The young man kept kowtowing. He did not have the so-called dignity of a martial artist. To him, it was fine as long as he could survive. This was also the way of survival for the insignificant people in 3 Ferocious City. Hand over the cultivation method. Zong said directly. His voice was cold and contained an inexplicable power. The young man could not help but tremble. A trace of struggle flashed through his eyes. Sir, I have already handed over the cultivation method. The young man still wanted to struggle. Looks like you want to die. Zong's voice was still calm. However, when the young man heard it, he felt as if the extreme north wind was blowing. He could not help but shiver. Sir, the cultivation method is here. The young man finally gave in. He took out a scroll from his chest and gently placed it in front of him. Zong glanced at it. His 5 fingers grabbed the air, and the scroll fell into his hand. He opened it and saw that it was only an earth-level cultivation method. Zong did not care about earth-level cultivation methods at all. If there was something special about this cultivation method, it would be that the inner strength cultivated was cold. It was a kind of cold force. Inner strength cultivation methods, such as heat and cold, were relatively rare. They were more precious and powerful among the same level. But even so, Zong did not care about them. What's so special about this cultivation method? Zong asked. Since the young man valued it so much and even wanted to kill him, it should not be so simple. Sir, I don't know. I only heard that it seems to be related to a peerless earth-level cultivation method, the young man replied. Zong suddenly understood. If it was related to a peerless earth-level cultivation method, then it was indeed valuable. However, that was only relative to other warriors. To Zong, it was nothing. After shaking the scroll casually and turning it into powder again, Zong ignored the young man and continued to head north. Only when Zong's figure disappeared from sight did the young man stagger to his feet. Looking at the powdered scroll on the ground, his heart ached. In order to get this cultivation method, he had put in a lot of effort and even offended a force in Triple Ferocity City. It was not easy for him to get rid of the pursuit. He did not expect that because of one wrong step, all his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, this person was not ruthless enough. Otherwise, not only would the cultivation method be destroyed, but also his life. Chapter 335. The dark red city walls were mottled by the passage of time. Standing in the wilderness, it was like a lonely giant. The Triple Ferocity City was huge and was not inferior to the capital of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Going through it directly was the shortest way. Going around it would take several times longer. Of course, that was only under peaceful circumstances. If something happened, it was hard to say which method would be the shortest. My first goal is to break through to the great completion of the Qi refining realm. My second goal is to cross the sinking Feather River and enter the Longta Dynasty. Zong thought to himself, the environment in the Triple Ferocity City is completely different from the dynasty. If I stay here for a while, I might be able to find an opportunity to break through. As for danger, if one wanted to go further on the path of martial arts, how could one not encounter danger? If one stopped because of danger, one could only stay where one was in the end. 3 Ferocious City. Since I'm here, I might as well leave my mark here. Zong thought to himself as his eyes flickered. The gate of the Triple Ferocity City was always open. It would not close unless it was under special circumstances. Stop! Where's your token? 2 ferocious-looking guards stood on either side of the open door. Their eyes were cold and sharp, as if they wanted to cut Zong's body open with a sharp blade. They shouted fiercely. What token? Zong asked. Oh, you don't have a token. Is this your first time in the Triple Ferocity City? The guard's fierce-looking face seemed to have softened. After receiving Zong's affirmation, the 2 guards' expressions softened a little. To enter the Triple Ferocity City, you must have the Triple Ferocity Order. Without it, you cannot enter. We can apply for the Triple Ferocity Order here. It only costs 100 spirit shells. 100 spirit shells. Zong chuckled. Although he did not know the value of the Triple Ferocity Order, 100 spirit shells was obviously treating him like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. I can find the Triple Ferocity Order from anyone I kill now. Zong smiled. Give me a reasonable price and save me the trouble. Zong did not search the bodies of the 3 Qi refinement stage cultivators he had killed earlier. Perhaps it was because they were too weak and could not come up with such thoughts. All along, it had been Chun Zong's habit to search for spoils of war from his opponents. However, it was only when the opponent's strength was similar to his or stronger than his. Now, Chun Zong's strength difference was extremely obvious. They were like ants. Chun Zong did not have any interest. For example, if you killed a ferocious beast, you might be interested in collecting its fur and bones. But if you killed an ant by stepping on it, would you be interested in collecting its corpse? Chun Zong's eyes were clear and didn't contain any threat, but for some reason, the two guards couldn't help but tremble, as if they had been doused with ice water. An indescribable chill spread from the top of their heads to the bottom of their feet. It was as if this young-looking person in front of him was in control of his life and death. 10 spirit shells. I only need 10 spirit shells. 10 spirit shells, right? Chun Zong smiled. He took out 10 spirit shells and handed them to the guards. The guards obediently took out a 3 ferocious order and handed it to Chun Zong. Take care. The fierce-looking guards nodded and bowed. Even they did not know why they behaved like this. It was the invisible pressure of qi. Although the two guards' cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th cycle of the training stage, they were only ordinary 1-star fighters. Chun Zong, on the other hand, had truly reached the early 7-star level and had stepped into the pseudo-genuine martial stage. The huge gap formed an invisible pressure. Coupled with Chun Zong's intentional spiritual influence, the effect was even more obvious. Holding the 3 ferocious order, Chun Zong strode into 3 ferocious city. The streets of 3 ferocious city were wide, but not clean. Although it was comparable to King's City in terms of scale, there was a huge gap in the environment. The left and right sides were messy. The ground was uneven and potholes could be seen from time to time. Some of the bluestone bricks were stained with dark red stains, which were dried blood stains. The pedestrians walked in a hurry. They looked around vigilantly. Some people's ears even trembled slightly. They raised their hearing to the extreme to guard against any possible attack. Outside 3 ferocious city, there were killings everywhere. It was the same inside the city. It was a chaotic place. Taking in the expressions of many people, Chun Zong judged their mentality. He did not dare to underestimate them. He was here to gain experience. He did not want to die here for no reason. Striding forward, Chun Zong planned to find a restaurant to fill his stomach. He had not eaten a good meal for more than half a month. Thinking about it made him drool. The black flag with red words fluttered in the wind. The words "Blacklight Restaurant" also danced in the wind, making a sound. Chun Zong strode into the restaurant. He glanced around and found that the hall was full of people. He walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. His luck was pretty good. There was still an empty table by the window. Chun Zong walked over and sat down. The waiter of the restaurant quickly came over to greet him. Chun Zong naturally asked him to list the restaurant's signature dishes and ordered a dozen or so servings and a jar of fine wine. Soon, more than 10 dishes were served one after another, along with a jar of wine that was about 1.5 kilograms. When Chun Zong was about to eat, a voice sounded in his ears. "My friend, do you mind sharing a table?" Without waiting for Chun Zong to answer, the voice directly sat down opposite Chun Zong and called the waiter, "Give me the same as this friend." Chun Zong glanced at the person. It was a young man in his 20s. He was a little thin, pale, and had sunken eyes. It seemed that he had exhausted his body. The other tables on the 2nd floor were all occupied by 2 or 3 people. Only Chun Zong's table was empty. It was not strange that the person came to share a table. However, he was too familiar with Chun Zong. He sat down directly without Chun Zong's permission. However, Chun Zong did not care about it. He was just here to eat a good meal. After filling his stomach, he would leave. There was no need to care about it. While waiting for the food and wine, the person's eyes fell on Chun Zong's face. After careful observation, he asked with a smile, "My friend, is this your first time in Sanxiong City? What's the matter?" Chun Zong did not say yes or no. Instead, he asked the person back, "Don't be so vigilant. The more friends you have in Sanxiong City, the more options you have. If you encounter any trouble, you won't be at a loss," the person said. It sounded reasonable, but Chunzong felt that the person had another purpose. Soon, the person's food and wine were served. They were exactly the same as Chunzong's. Holding a pair of chopsticks in each of his hands, he immediately waved them around like a whirlwind, as if he was a reincarnated hungry ghost, causing Chunzong to be extremely surprised. The sound of chewing was loud and clear, as if a pig was eating. Just hearing it would make people feel irritated, but Chunzong did not pay attention to it, as if he was not disturbed at all, and continued eating his own food. The sound was getting louder and louder. In addition to eating crazily, the person also poured the wine into his mouth. At the end, he even clicked his tongue, as if he was doing it deliberately. However, Chunzong still did not look at him. He was still eating and tasting his food and wine, as if he was sitting in the beautiful mountains and rivers, leisurely and leisurely. Suddenly, the person put his hands under the table and was about to turn it over. However, he found that the table seemed to be integrated with the restaurant. It was rooted to the ground and did not move at all. An abnormal shade of red appeared on his pale face. He squinted his eyes and then widened them. He lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. All his strength came from his feet. As his internal strength surged, it all flowed into his arms. Under the sleeves of his robe, the veins on his arms bulged like pythons. He had tried his best, but he still could not move the wooden table. He saw that the person opposite him was holding chopsticks with one hand and putting the other hand gently on the table. His movements looked very natural. "Haha, my friend, you're really something." The person found that he could not move, so he directly withdrew his strength and said with a smile. However, he did not dare to stay any longer, as if he was afraid that Chunzong would attack him. He quickly paid the bill and left. Although he did not know the person's intentions, Chunzong guessed that the person saw that it was his first time in the Three Ferocious City. He was also young and thought that he was a fat sheep. Therefore, he used all kinds of methods to trick him, or perhaps he had other motives. Sure enough, this is not a peaceful place, Chunzong secretly said. This kind of thing was very rare in the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Chunzong did not resist. This was an indispensable part of the experience. He continued to eat the food in front of him. However, the pale-faced person walked out of the blacklight restaurant and strode forward along the street. Not long after, he turned into a small alley. "My cultivation is at the peak of the 9th transformation stage, and my battle strength is at the beginning of the 2-star stage. I suddenly attacked with my full strength, but the opponent was still able to react. Moreover, he only used one hand to press down on the table and make it not move. This kind of battle strength is at least at the 4-star stage." The pale-faced young man muttered to himself. His eyes flickered continuously. A 4-star stage martial artist at the Chi refining stage. He doesn't look very old either, probably in his early 20s. He must be a genius of some faction, an important member. His purpose in coming to the Three Ferocious City must be to gain experience. If I can capture him alive and take everything from him, I can make a lot of money. If I can use this to threaten his faction to come and ransom him, I can make even more money. That's right. I have to inform the faction leader as soon as possible. Otherwise, it might be too late. As he spoke, his footsteps quickened and he directly used his movement technique to leave. A 4-star stage martial artist, whether in the Three Ferocious City or the Three Ferocious City, could be considered a true genius. This was because they could already be listed on the Chi refining stage martial artist list. This kind of genius would definitely have a lot of good things on him. Moreover, the faction that he belonged to valued him very much and would pay a sufficient price for this. Soon, the pale-faced young man returned to the blacklight restaurant. Following him were more than 10 people. Each of them had a ferocious appearance and a murderous aura, which made people's expressions change greatly. However, the restaurant's shopkeeper blocked everyone's path without any fear. The Blacklight restaurant is the property of the Blacklight sect. You're not allowed to behave atrociously, the shopkeeper said firmly. Chapter 336. In Triple Ferocious City, the forces were intricate. If a restaurant or shop did not have a backer, it would definitely be swallowed up without leaving anything behind. Therefore, the shops and restaurants that could gain a foothold in the three ferocious city were either dependent on a certain force and paid a fixed monthly tribute, or they were directly opened by a certain force. For example, this blacklight restaurant was directly opened by the people under the blacklight sect. The blacklight sect was considered one of the larger forces in triple ferocious city and could not be easily offended. Otherwise, once a war broke out, it would affect triple ferocious city and cause countless casualties. Triple ferocious city was chaotic, but in fact, it was under the control of some invisible rules. On the second floor of the blacklight restaurant, with the arrival of the pale young man and a dozen fiendish men, the warriors who were eating and drinking got up to make way for them. Because these people did not come with good intentions, they were afraid of being affected and suffering an unexpected disaster. It's the Red Wolf Warriors. They even sent the Red Wolf Warriors. The surrounding people saw the clothes and the symbol on the chest of the fiendish men and suddenly whispered. In the blink of an eye, the pale young man sat down in front of Chun Zong again. The fiendish men surrounded Chun Zong in a tight circle, blocking any possibility of Chun Zong leaving. Friend, come with me. We, the Red Wolves, have always been hospitable. The pale young man first picked up a piece of meat and threw it into his mouth to chew, then said in a clear tone. It sounded like an invitation, but it also implied a threat. Not interested. Chun Zong responded neither slowly nor quickly, which made the pale young man slightly stunned. It also made the surrounding warriors who avoided and watched the show stunned. These were the Red Wolves. Perhaps they were not as strong as the Blacklight sect, but in triple ferocious city, they were well known among the second-class forces. People without a strong backer did not dare to go against them. Chun Zong did not know what the Red Wolves were, but these people's cultivation was at the ninth transformation of the strength-refining realm. They were all murderous and obviously had a lot of blood on their hands. They were not good people. Speaking of killing people, Chun Zong only killed some when he was chased in the Eastern Land. When he came to the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, he only killed some disciples of the Silver Saber Castle. That was all. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Perhaps the pale young man felt that he could rely on himself by bringing a dozen people here. He directly poured the wine in his cup onto the dishes in front of Chun Zong with a ferocious face. His own combat power was at the peak of 2-star, and the dozen people he brought were all elite warriors in the sect. Each of them had at least the combat power of a 2-star beginner. They were also good at teamwork. If they worked together, they might not be able to kill a 4-star combatant, but they could trap him for a while. Together with other methods, it was not a problem to capture a 4-star combatant. As the pale young man splashed the wine, the dozen or so Red Wolf warriors released an astonishing baleful aura. It was as if ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. A chilly wind blew, and the temperature in the restaurant plummeted, making people shiver unconsciously. However, this did not affect Chun Zong at all. What a waste of a table of dishes. Chun Zong sighed slightly. He immediately raised his head and lifted his eyelids. In the depths of his clear eyes, his pupils seemed to have turned into 2 sharp swords and shot out. The pale young man opposite him could not help but tremble. His originally pale face became even paler, and a trace of fear appeared in the depths of his pupils. Then, like a ripple, it spread out and spread to his entire pale face. Attack! Driven by the fear in his heart, the pale young man screamed, "Attack!" Suddenly, the dozen or so Red Wolf warriors attacked one after another. The Red Wolf sabers were unsheathed, illuminating the second floor of the restaurant. It was extremely dazzling. The astonishing, baleful aura was like waves and vortexes, spreading in all directions and suffocating people. The light of the dozen or so wolf sabers slashed towards Chun Zong from all directions. It was as if heaven and earth were sealed, cutting off all of Chun Zong's escape routes. Moreover, there seemed to be an inexplicable connection between the dozen or so wolf sabers, causing the power of each saber to increase by a lot. The terrifying, baleful aura mixed with the impact, shaking one's spiritual will. In an instant, Chunzong only felt that the restaurant was collapsing towards him and was about to crush him into pieces. The mysterious attack formed by the dozen or so saber lights could only kill any 2-star warrior. Even a 3-star warrior would also die. Even a 4-star warrior would have to use all of his strength to deal with it. This was the famous Red Wolf saber of the Red Wolf warriors. However, the Chunzong they were facing was not a 4-star warrior, but a 7-star warrior that they had never heard of before. The difference between a 4-star warrior and a 7-star warrior was like the difference between a toddler and a healthy teenager. Why is it so difficult to have a good meal? A soft sigh, which was low but clear, penetrated the murderous aura and the saber lights, and floated into everyone's ears. It instantly shocked everyone, and it also made the pale young man, who was looking for an opportunity to attack, have an ominous feeling in his heart. Before he had time to think about where the ominous feeling came from, a red lightning flashed past his eyes. His eyes felt like they were cut open, and it was extremely painful. When he closed his eyes subconsciously, he felt like something was gently brushing his throat, as light as a feather. When the pale young man opened his eyes again, he only felt that his vision became blurry, as if it was turning from day to dusk. It was getting further and further away, and it quickly became dark, sinking into oblivion. What is that? He vaguely saw a red line on the throats of the dozen or so Red Wolf warriors, and a trace of doubt appeared in his drowsy consciousness. However, he didn't notice that there was also a thin red line on his throat. That red line was the mark made by a sword. Chunzong's sword was too fast. No one saw it clearly when he drew his sword, let alone how he attacked. Everyone only felt a red, lightning flash before their eyes. After it disappeared, more than a dozen Red Wolf warriors stopped in mid-air with their swords raised. It was as if they had been immobilized by some kind of magic. They couldn't move. Immediately, the dozen or so Red Wolf warriors fell back in unison. With a loud bang, the whole restaurant seemed to shake. As for the pale young man, no one knew when he had fallen on the table, and he was no longer breathing. There was complete silence all around, and even breathing could not be heard. "Waiter, the bill." Chunzong's voice was not loud, but it was unusually clear, and it made people tremble involuntarily. The waiter's face turned bitter, and the shopkeeper pushed him a few times. Coming. The waiter's voice was trembling. It couldn't be helped. The unknown always made people fearful. No one clearly saw how Chunzong drew his sword. By the time they could see clearly, his sword didn't seem to have moved. However, they were certain that he must have drawn his sword. Otherwise, how could he have killed those Red Wolf gang members? In an instant, it was so fast that they couldn't see. What kind of sword speed was this to kill more than a dozen Red Wolf warriors? Looking at their wounds, the length and thickness were exactly the same, and they were in the same position. What kind of precise control was this? Looking at this person who killed more than a dozen people in an instant, his expression didn't change at all, and he even called someone to pay the bill. It was scary no matter how one looked at it. The waiter was worried that he would be killed, but he still had to bite the bullet and come over. Guest, the total is 6 spirit shells. I'll give you a discount. 5 spirit shells will do. The waiter's voice was trembling. Blacklight Restaurant was the property of the Blacklight sect, but they were not strong. If they were killed, the Blacklight sect would invite such geniuses, and they would die in vain. After Chunzong took out 5 spirit shells and handed them to the waiter, he turned around and left Blacklight Restaurant. Although the dishes on the table were splashed with wine, Chunzong ate more than half of them and was basically full. After walking out of Blacklight Restaurant, the people inside breathed a sigh of relief. Although none of them were weak, compared to Chunzong, the difference was obvious. Staying with such a terrifying person, they would not feel at ease. What if the other party was too crazy and attacked them with his sword, killing them? Becoming a warrior and embarking on the road of martial arts, killing was inevitable. Chunzong didn't have any burdens, but he felt that Triple Ferocious City was really chaotic. It was impossible to kill people on the street or stain the restaurant with blood in the dynasty. After walking for a short distance, Chunzong found that he was surrounded. Yes, there were people surrounding him again. These people were all wearing short brown robes, which made Shinzong feel a little familiar, as if he had seen them before. "Sir, he is the one who took the cultivation method." When the voice sounded, Shinzong also saw the person who spoke. It was the young man who was chased in the wilderness before. Shinzong didn't kill him, but he didn't expect that not only was the young man not grateful for sparing his life, but he also repaid kindness with ingratitude. This made Shinzong know more about Triple Ferocious City. However, Shinzong didn't feel regret. What was done was done. It didn't matter if he regretted it, as long as he remembered that this kind of thing wouldn't happen again. "Young man, you killed 3 of my people. How are you going to settle this account?" The middle-aged man in his 30s said in a deep and oppressive tone. His eyes flashed fiercely and fell on Shinzong's face with an amazing pressure, as if he wanted to see through Shinzong. Shinzong could feel that the aura emitted from this man was very strong, but he still hadn't reached the level of the real martial arts realm. He should be a cultivator at the strength refining realm. After all, the real martial arts realm and the strength refining realm were 2 different levels. Generally speaking, a true martial realm cultivator wouldn't deal with a strength refining realm cultivator, even if the other party was a genius. This was an invisible rule. Triple Ferocious City was independent of the 3 great dynasties, but it didn't mean that it could compete with them. It had to be known that the 3 great dynasties had transcendence, and more than one at that. Triple Ferocious City didn't have any transcendence. At most, they had pseudo-transcendence. In terms of numbers, they couldn't be compared to the 3 great dynasties. If it wasn't for the fact that the land here was barren and didn't have much value, it would have already been divided up by the 3 great dynasties. Moreover, the 3 great dynasties also treated Triple Ferocious City as a place to gain experience. However, they had also informed Triple Ferocious City that strength refining realm cultivators would be dealt with by strength refining realm cultivators. If the 3 great dynasties found out that true martial realm cultivators were used, the consequences would be very serious. The cultivators of Triple Ferocious City were fierce, but they weren't stupid. Therefore, the people who surrounded Shinzong on the street were all martial artists in the Qi refining realm. There were more than 20 of them compared to the martial artists from the Red Wolf gang. All of them had a murderous look on their faces. Chapter 337. On the Long Street. More than 20 murderous people formed a circle and surrounded Shinzong. The pedestrians around them all moved away. Otherwise, if they started fighting, it was inevitable that they would be affected. In Ferocious City, there were countless cases of accidental injuries and deaths. Those are the Grizzly Gang. Yes, they're the Grizzly Gang. They're the top second-rate force. That young man is in trouble. Haha, that's not necessarily the case. Who knows? It might be the Grizzly Bear Gang that's in trouble. The person who spoke had an inexplicable smile on his face because he had just witnessed a hair-raising battle in the Blacklight restaurant. There were indeed many people in the Grizzly Gang, more than 10 more than the Red Wolves, but most of them were relatively ordinary gang members and could not be compared with the Red Wolves. So, how could they fight against the other side? Shinzong ignored the words of the Grizzly Gang man. His eyes fell on the young man's face, very calm. The young man was startled at first and shrank back. Then he straightened his body and looked provocative, like a kitten waving its paw at a tiger. "Young man, I'm talking to you." The big man's face darkened, and his eyes became more and more fierce. "I don't like to kill, but sometimes I have to kill," Shinzong said softly. His voice was very low, as if only he could hear it. But the people around him could also hear it, and they all looked strange. "Go break his hands and feet and take him back." The big man waved his hand and said. Immediately, the Grizzly Gang members rushed from all directions, and the wind whistled and rolled. Shinzong could keenly feel that his hands and feet were locked, and he was being attacked fiercely and mercilessly. However, when more than a dozen attacks fell, they bombarded the ground and completely missed, and Shinzong seemed to have never moved. Then, there seemed to be a red lightning flashing in front of everyone's eyes. "It's here again." The person who was in the black light restaurant just now opened his eyes as wide as possible to concentrate his vision. His heart also suddenly jumped, but he still couldn't see anything else. There was only a flash of red lightning that was very dazzling, causing his vision to become a vast expanse of white, and his eyes to ache endlessly. The red bolt of lightning came abruptly and left just as quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The 20 or so members of the grizzly bear gang surrounding Chun Zong stood motionless on the ground, as if they had all turned into statues. "What are you doing? Hurry up!" The big man of the grizzly gang roared. "They're dead. It's your turn." A faint voice came into his ears, and the big man's face suddenly changed. He found that more than 20 gang members' throats were bleeding, and their eyes had lost their vitality. You actually killed them." The big man's heart trembled, and his face turned pale as he stumbled backwards. He pointed a trembling finger at Chun Zong. "You're finished. You've killed so many of our grizzly bear gang members. Your end has come. Don't worry about it." The faint voice sounded, and the big man only saw a flash of red lightning in front of his eyes. Then the world in front of him became dim and blurred, and he gradually fell into oblivion. Don't kill me." The young man was stunned at first, and then he was terrified. He waved his hands and retreated, and then turned around to escape into the crowd. Chun Zong did not chase him, but everyone saw the red lightning flash. It crossed more than 10 meters in an instant and penetrated the back of the young man's head. It was a sword chi. Even though it was more than 10 meters away, the sword chi still had tyrannical power. It shot into the back of the young man's head, but did not pierce through it. Instead, it exploded in his head and minced his brain, not affecting anyone else. "I gave you a chance, but you brought about your own destruction." Chun Zong glanced at the young man's body and thought to himself, these corpses would naturally be disposed of by someone else. Chun Zong did not need to care. However, first he killed the red wolves, and now he killed the grizzly gang. He had offended 2 forces in 3 ferocious city. But before he came, his honored master Marquis Lin Shan had told him that although 3 ferocious city was chaotic, it was not a mess. There were hidden rules. The original founders of 3 ferocious city, the 3 ferocious transcendents, had an agreement with the 3 great dynasties. The people of 3 ferocious city could deal with the cultivators from the 3 great dynasties at will, but they were forbidden from fighting with cultivators above their great realms. For example, true martial realm cultivators were forbidden from fighting with cultivators in the strength refining realm. One had to know that there were 3 strongholds in 3 ferocious city. These 3 strongholds came from the 3 great dynasties and regarded by true martial realm cultivators from the 3 great dynasties. Their purpose was to monitor the situation. If any force dared to violate the rules set by the 3 great dynasties and 3 ferocious city, the entire force would be wiped out by the masters from the 3 great dynasties. In the worst-case scenario, the entire 3 ferocious city would be implicated. The reason why 3 ferocious city could exist was because the 3 great dynasties allowed it to exist. First, it was the original agreement. Second, it was a place for cultivators to gain experience and accommodate vicious cultivators. Otherwise, if these vicious cultivators were to wander into the various dynasties, they would cause a lot of trouble. Even if the dynasties had the ability to deal with them, it would take some time and some losses. Therefore, a balance had always been maintained between the 3 great dynasties and 3 ferocious city. In particular, 3 ferocious city was unwilling to take the initiative to break this balance because there were no transcendents in 3 ferocious city, so it didn't have much deterrence to the 3 great dynasties. Even so, Chun Zong didn't become complacent. Under the sun, there was always a shadow. In this chaotic 3 ferocious city, there should be some way to deal with it. "I need to go to the Cloud Dragon Mansion first," Chun Zong thought to himself. The Cloud Dragon Mansion was the stronghold guarded by the true martial realm cultivators of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Basically, every cultivator from the Cloud Dragon Dynasty who came to 3 ferocious city for life experience would go to the Cloud Dragon Mansion. This way, the cultivators of the Cloud Dragon Mansion would pay attention and do their best. The Cloud Dragon Mansion was located in the northeast corner of Three Ferocious City and was located on a long street. It was very eye-catching as it was a three-story pavilion. A red dragon-shaped flag with golden characters fluttered in the wind. It was vivid and lifelike, like a flying dragon in the sky. The three words Cloud Dragon Mansion were written on it. It was very conspicuous, and Chun Zong could see it from a distance. The door of the Cloud Dragon Mansion was open, but no one came in or out. After all, the people of Three Ferocious City wouldn't come here for no reason. It was like the difference between soldiers and bandits. How could bandits come to the soldier's mansion for no reason? Chun Zong raised his head to look at the three words Cloud Dragon Restaurant. He smiled slightly and walked towards the open door. Inside, a middle-aged man was half reclining on a chair with his eyes closed. He seemed to be resting. The moment Chun Zong stepped into the Cloud Dragon Mansion, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. The originally dim light was instantly illuminated. It was as if a blazing sun had suddenly risen, shining with boundless radiance. Chun Zong felt as if he was exposed to the sun. The light shone from all directions, as if it wanted to penetrate his body. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. All his bones and muscles tensed up subconsciously. The tyrannical, chaotic origin, shattering energy surged. He opened his 10 fingers, and the two swords vibrated slightly. This sudden pressure made Chun Zong feel as if he was facing a great enemy. He trembled with fear. It came quickly and left quickly, as if it was an illusion. "Are you a cultivator from the Cloud Dragon dynasty?" The middle-aged man's eyes dimmed, and his tyrannical aura dissipated. The terrible pressure completely disappeared. His voice was slightly hoarse. "Greetings, emissary. My name is Chun Zong, a warrior of the Cloud Dragon dynasty." Chun Zong said quickly and concisely. "Chun Zong. Great State Scholar Chun Zong." The middle-aged man instantly stood up and asked in a hurried tone. "That's me," Chun Zong said. "Cloud Dragon Envoy Xia Taichao greets Great State Scholar." The middle-aged man saluted Chun Zong. Even though he was a warrior at the peak of LV9 true martial realm, he had another identity. He was a member of the Cloud Dragon dynasty and a member of the royal family. When he saw a Great State Scholar, he naturally had to treat him with respect. "No need for formalities, emissary," Chun Zong said as he returned the salute. "Great State Scholar, please sit down." Xia Taichao asked Chun Zong to sit down. "Emissary, don't call me Great State Scholar. Just call me by my name," Chun Zong said with a smile. "All right, I'll call you little friend." Xia Taichao looked at Chun Zong a few times and said with a smile, "Then, little friend, don't call me emissary. Just call me by my name." "Big Brother Xia," Chun Zong said. Naturally, he wouldn't really call him by his name. No matter what, he was in the strength-refining realm, and Xia Taichao was in the true martial realm. There was a big gap between them. In the world of warriors, martial arts were respected and strength was the strongest. Only the strong could run amok. "Ha ha ha," Xia Taichao laughed. He was very happy. Chun Zong was a Great State Scholar. He was also the only Heaven's Pride in the Cloud Dragon dynasty who had reached the peak of 6-star. He had endless potential. Many people wanted to make friends with him, but not everyone had the chance. Now, he could be called Big Brother by Chun Zong. This was something that many people dreamed of. "Big Brother Xia, I'm here for 2 reasons. First, to report. Second, I've caused some trouble." Chun Zong said. "Little brother, what trouble have you encountered? Just tell me." Xia Taichao directly upgraded from little friend to brother. His face was serious, and his tone was serious. "I killed some people from the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang," Chun Zong said. "The Red Wolf Gang and the Grizzly Bear Gang. Humph, so what if we killed them? So what? Brother, as long as you nod your head, I will lead my men to destroy these 2 gangs." Xia Taichao was incomparably overbearing. In the Triple Ferocity City, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang were not weak. They were second-rate forces. Among them, there were nearly 1,000 strength, refining realm warriors and dozens of true martial realm warriors. However, there was no one who had reached the peak of LV9 true martial realm. Only a small number of first-rate forces had a LV9 true martial realm warrior. Therefore, second-rate forces like the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang could be destroyed by Xia Taichao alone, not to mention a group of true martial realm warriors. It should be known that in the Cloud Dragon Mansion, there were other true martial realm warriors besides Xia Taichao. Their deterrence was comparable to the first-rate forces in the Triple Ferocity City. Chapter 338. When Qinzong entered the Yunlong restaurant, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang knew that their gang members had been killed and immediately took action. As a second-rate force, they had their own way of gathering information. They immediately locked onto the location of the target and quickly rushed to the Yunlong restaurant with a group of people. Tai Xiong, what are you doing here? Tai Lang, one of the vice leaders of the Red Wolves, was vigilant. His eyes narrowed and flashed with a fierce light. We're here to do whatever you're here to do. Tai Xiong was one of the vice leaders of the Grizzly Gang. He was as strong as a big brown bear. When he opened his mouth, his voice was like rolling thunder, buzzing like a bear's roar. The Red Wolves had been killed by Qinzong first, then the Grizzly Gang. Therefore, the Red Wolves didn't know that the Grizzly Gang had also been killed by Qinzong. In other words, when Tai Lang and his gang came out, they didn't know. On the other hand, the Grizzly Gang knew what had happened in the Blacklight restaurant. The two gangs were led by their vice leaders and gathered at the entrance of the Yunlong restaurant. Then, Tai Lang and Grizzly Bear stepped forward and walked into the Yunlong restaurant. Qinzong and Xia Taichao, who were in the middle of talking, looked at the two of them. The two of them also looked at Qinzong's face. Tai Lang's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, while Tai Xiong's eyes flashed with cruelty. It was this person who had killed dozens of their gang members. If they didn't demand an explanation, the reputation of the two gangs would be damaged in the future. What are you two doing here? Xia Taichao didn't get up and just asked indifferently. Of course, he knew why these people had come. Asking was just a way to pressure them. Xia Taichao was a martial artist at the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm. His battle prowess had surpassed the 3-star level and reached an even higher level. Among all the true martial realm martial artists in the entire Three Ferocious City, he could be ranked in the top 10. His words carried a faintly discernible aura fluctuation, which immediately brought an extremely strong threat to Tai Lang and Tai Xiong. Although the cultivation of these two were not weak, they were only in the 7th level of the true martial realm. The gap between them and the 9th level of the true martial realm was very obvious. Not to mention, Xia Taichao was not an ordinary 9th level of the true martial realm. His combat strength was above the 3-star peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. Emissary Xia, this person has killed over 10 of our gang members. Because of this, we have come to demand an explanation. Emissary Xia, please do not violate the rules. Tai Lang's pupils shrank. There was fear in the depths of his eyes, but he still spoke unyieldingly. Emissary Xia, more than 20 of our Grizzly Gang members were also killed by this person. This explanation must be given. Tai Xiong's strong body straightened as he spoke in a rough voice. Explanation. Xia Taichao chuckled softly, but his eyes were filled with coldness. It was like a cold whirlpool that could freeze one's soul. Who gave you the courage to come here and demand an explanation? Is it Giant Bear or Red Wolf? This sentence made Tai Lang and Tai Xiong's complexion change greatly, but they did not dare to refute. Giant Bear and Red Wolf were the leaders of the Grizzly Gang and the Red Wolves. They were also known as the strongest martial artists in the gang. Their cultivation was at LV8 of the true martial realm. They were very powerful, but compared to Xia Taichao, they were still inferior. Emissary Xia, this is the agreement between the Cloud Dragon Dynasty and the Three Ferocious City. This is the rule. Are you trying to break the rule? Tai Lang said sternly. He had no choice but to use the rule to suppress Xia Taichao. Of course I know that this is the rule. However, you are martial artists of the true martial realm, yet you personally came here to deal with a martial artist of the Qi refining realm. Are you not putting me and the Cloud Dragon Dynasty in your eyes? Xia Taichao asked again. His harsh tone was like a blade cutting down, making it difficult for Tai Lang and Tai Xiong to resist. Whether it was Tai Lang or Tai Xiong, their goal was very clear. They came here to capture Qinzhong. Break the rule? That's right. The rule was that martial artists of the Three Ferocious City could not deal with martial artists of the Qi refining realm of the Three Dynasties. On the surface, no one dared to break the rule, but secretly, that was not necessarily the case. Like now, if Xia Taichao was not here, they would directly capture Qinzhong and bring him back to the gang. As long as they did not kill him, there would not be much of a problem. Obviously, it was impossible now. Tai Lang and Tai Xiong did not know how to respond to Xia Taichao's words. I will not break the rules of the agreement between the dynasty and the Three Ferocious City. However, you must remember that if you dare to break the rules, as long as there is even the slightest trace of it, I will personally take action and uproot your two gangs. Xia Taichao's words were filled with shocking killing intent, causing Tai Lang and Tai Xiong to involuntarily tremble. A chill rose from the depths of their bodies and spread out. Qinzhong came here to gain experience. Naturally, Xia Taichao would not disrupt his training. However, he still had to make things clear. He also had to do what he needed to do to deter people. Otherwise, some people would secretly get lucky and regret it when the time came. Qinzhong is a martial artist of the Qi refining realm. If you want to deal with him, that's fine. Let a martial artist of the Qi refining realm do it. Xia Taichao said again. A sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he was going to cut Tai Lang and Tai Xiong apart. As for you and those martial artists of the true martial realm outside, if any of you dare to extend your claws, then be prepared to die. Yes. Tai Lang and Tai Xiong could not be stubborn anymore. They could only nod repeatedly. Soon, Tai Lang and Tai Xiong turned around and walked out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion. However, their faces were gloomy and very ugly. Nevertheless, they did not dare to do anything. They were helpless. Xia Taichao's strength was not something they could compete with. Just as he said, if they angered him, he could single-handedly destroy the two gangs. Unless they could invite the top 10 martial artists of the true martial realm in the Three Ferocious City. However, the price would be too high. At present, it seemed that it was completely unnecessary. Qinzhong was only a martial artist of the Qi refining realm. Although he was very strong, it was not impossible to kill him. If they knew Qinzhong's true strength, they would probably only be left with despair. Tai Lang and Tai Xiong quickly left with their subordinates. They had to quickly arrange for the martial artists of the Qi refining realm in the gang to surround and kill Qinzhong. The arrival and departure of Tai Lang and Tai Xiong did not bring much pressure to Qinzhong. The Three Ferocious City is not as well informed as the dynasty. Xia Taichao smiled and said, so even now, they still don't know who you are, and they also don't know that your strength has reached the peak of the six-star realm. Otherwise, they would probably give up on the idea of killing you, or let the martial artists of the true martial realm secretly kill you. They will know. Qinzhong smiled slightly. After chatting with Xia Taichao for a while and learning more about the Three Ferocious City, Qinzhong stood up and said goodbye. Brother, be careful. Also, don't worry about the martial artists of the true martial realm. Xia Taichao solemnly said as he walked Qinzhong out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion. Don't worry, big brother Xia. Qinzhong smiled and strode out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion. Xia Taichao withdrew his gaze and walked into the Cloud Dragon Mansion. As soon as he stepped out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion, Qinzhong felt many gazes fall on him. They should be from the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang. Without a trace of fear, Qinzhong walked out of the city with large strides. If he wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. If he wanted to kill, he would kill until the two gangs were afraid. As for the martial artists of the true martial realm, Xia Taichao wouldn't agree. Of course, it wasn't Qinzhong's style to pin all his hopes on others. However, he hadn't used the sword Qi in the Red Thunder Sword yet. Since he wanted to solve this problem, Qinzhong wouldn't delay. He walked quickly out of the Three Ferocious City. Quick! Catch him. Don't let him get away. The Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang all thought that Chunzong was going to escape. They quickly moved and chased after him. That's the Red Wolves. Those are the Grizzly Gang. I recognize him. He's the captain of the Red Wolves. He's at the peak of the 3-star realm. He rarely appears in public. That's Man Xiong from the Grizzly Gang. He's also at the peak of the 3-star realm. So many people are moving. Are the two gangs going to fight? Impossible. Look at them. They're chasing after the person in front. The person who spoke pointed at Chunzong's back, who was quickly leaving. Who's that? How dare he offend two gangs? He's courting death. He's the one who killed more than a dozen Red Wolves and more than 20 Grizzly Gang members not long ago. I heard that he's a martial artist who just came from the Cloud Dragon dynasty. The ignorant are fearless. In the midst of the discussion, the crowd moved toward the city gate. Watching a show was a natural instinct, no matter where one was. Soon, Chunzong rushed out of the city gate. Soon after, the Red Wolves and Grizzly Gang also rushed out of the city gate. The elite martial artists of the Red Wolves were the Red Wolf Warriors. Every one of them was at the 9th stage of the Force Training Realm and had rich combat experience. Ordinary 9th stage of the Force Training Realm were no match for them. They were also good at joint attacks and were famous in the 3 ferocious city. The Grizzly Gang also had its own elite martial artists, the Grizzly Bear Guards. Like the Red Wolf Warriors, everyone of the Grizzly Bear Guards was at the 9th stage of the Force Training Realm. Their combat power was very strong, and they had rich combat experience. Their hands were stained with blood. It could be said that both the Red Wolf Warriors and the Grizzly Bear Warriors were selected through strict tests. There weren't many of them, and they rarely moved. Once they moved, it meant that something big was going to happen. After rushing out of the city gate, Chunzong didn't leave. Instead, he stopped and seemed to be waiting for the Red Wolves and Grizzly Gang to arrive. "Let's kill and make a name for ourselves as a great state warrior," Xia Taichao said in the crowd. "Boss Xia, is that our dynasty's great state warrior?" Someone standing next to Xia Taichao asked. He was one of the true martial realm martial artists sent to guard the Cloud Dragon Mansion. He was at the 7th stage of the true martial realm and was one of the Cloud Dragon Guards. "That's right," Xia Taichao nodded. Facing the Red Wolf Warriors and the Grizzly Bear Guards alone, his expression didn't change at all. He is indeed extraordinary. Another Cloud Dragon Guard nodded and said, "The peak of the 6-star battle power is simply undefeatable for the Red Wolf Warriors and the Grizzly Bear Guards. There is nothing to be afraid of," the 3rd Cloud Dragon Guard said. "Not necessarily. It's true that his battle power is strong, but after all, he cultivated in the dynasty and only came out to train now. His life and death experience can't be compared to the martial artists of the 3 ferocious city." Chapter 339. The air was cold, desolate, and filled with fear. Killing intent emanated from every Red Wolf Warrior and every Grizzly Bear Guard, spreading out and filling every inch of space around them. They clashed with each other, causing sand and dust to billow. Roar, a powerful and violent roar, sounded like the roar of a giant bear. The aura of the 33 Grizzly Bear Guards rose and fused with each other, forming a giant grizzly bear phantom. It opened its mouth and roared, as if it was blowing a storm that wanted to destroy everything. Awoo! The aura of the 30-odd Red Wolf Warriors fused together, and a giant wolf phantom appeared above them. It howled at the sky with an astonishing momentum. In an instant, under the roar of the giant bear and the giant wolf phantom, everyone felt as if they had been brought to the boundless wilderness and were about to be attacked by hundreds of beasts. Whether it was the giant bear phantom or the giant wolf phantom, they all exuded an astonishing aura. It was extremely violent, and they all fell on Chunzong. His expression didn't change. The eyes of the Red Wolves' vice leader, Tai Lang, flickered with a ruthless light. He was secretly surprised. This kind of combined aura was indeed something that a 4-star martial artist could withstand, but it wouldn't be so easy. Seeing that the other party's expression didn't change at all, as if he was just a breeze, it was somewhat unbelievable. Is that the new state knight of the Cloud Dragon dynasty? The Silverlight envoy of the Silverlight dynasty whispered. Rumor has it that his battle strength has reached the peak of 6-star. Rumor is just rumor. Maybe the Cloud Dragon dynasty spread the news to make themselves look good. The Nine-Eagle messenger of the Nine-Eagle dynasty curled his lips and said, "It's hard to say whether it's true or not, but this time, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang will probably suffer heavy losses." The Silver Light envoy laughed. Even if Chun Zong didn't have the battle strength of a peak 6-star, he was at least at the peak of 6-star. This kind of battle strength was completely beyond the range of these Red Wolf warriors and the Grizzly Bear guards. He has a bow and arrows on his back. That should be the famous fierce dragon bow of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. It proves that he should have good attainments in archery. The right thing to do should be to distance himself from the Red Wolf warriors and the Grizzly Bear guards and use his bow to kill some of them. The Nine-Eagle messenger said. As the two discussed, the killing aura became more intense, and the air seemed to freeze. Suddenly, the Red Wolf warrior made the first move. More than 30 Red Wolf warriors reached behind their waists, and a small crossbow appeared in their hands. They instantly aimed at Chun Zong and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 30 sharp sounds of wind breaking could make one's scalp go numb and their hair stand on end. More than 30 black lights formed a half-moon shape and tore through the air at an astonishing speed. At the end of the black lights, there seemed to be a faint green color, which was highly toxic. Every arrow was smeared with some kind of poison. This kind of poison could easily poison a 2-star warrior. Even a 3-star warrior couldn't resist it. Even a 4-star warrior would quickly lose his strength after being hit. His blood would coagulate, and his body would become stiff, losing the ability to resist. This was also the reason why the Red Wolves were confident that they could defeat Chun Zong. Usually, a sudden volley of arrows from the Red Wolf crossbows was enough to defeat the opponent. Even if they couldn't defeat the opponent, they could still cause a lot of trouble for the opponent. Crossbow arrows were different from bows and arrows. They were usually more powerful. Also, this kind of small crossbow arrow had a shorter shooting range, but its explosive power was shocking. At such a distance, even a 2-star warrior couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be killed if he wasn't fully prepared. Even if he could dodge one arrow, he wouldn't be able to dodge more than 30 arrows. Tai Lang sneered, but Xia Taichao wasn't worried at all. What a joke! If a 6-star warrior could be hit by such arrows, he would be too weak. In the blink of an eye, the moment the trigger was pulled, the arrow had already reached Chun Zong. It was less than 1 meter away. A shocking scene appeared. Chun Zong's body was as light as the wind and as misty as the mist. As he floated, he shuttled through the 30 strong arrows with ease, causing all 30 arrows to miss their target. Then, like a wisp of smoke, he floated toward the 30 Red Wolf warriors at a seemingly slow speed, crossing dozens of meters in an instant. Be careful! Tai Lang's eyelids twitched unconsciously. He couldn't help but have an ominous feeling in his heart. However, although his warning was timely, Chun Zong's speed was too fast. Although the Red Wolf warriors were all elites, the most powerful one was only at the peak of the 3-star level. Most of them were at the 2-star level. Compared to the 7-star Chun Zong, the gap between them was like an abyss. The feeling was like a flock of sheep besieging a ferocious tiger that had turned into a monster beast. Kill! The captain of the Red Wolf warriors, who possessed the peak of the 3-star level, shouted. He unsheathed his wolf blade and fiercely slashed out with a long howl. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 blades came at Chun Zong from different angles and directions. However, Chun Zong's figure was erratic and unpredictable, which made their siege ineffective. A flash of red lightning flashed across the sky, crossing dozens of meters in an instant. In the eyes of many people, it was like an illusion, flashing and disappearing in a flash. However, in the eyes of the true martial realm warriors, it was a sword light that was so fast that it was hard to describe. Fast. It was really too fast. That's not the speed of a 4-star level. Tai Lang and the others' faces changed dramatically, but they couldn't stop it. That kind of speed was definitely beyond that of a 4-star level warrior. It was at the 5-star level or even higher. Horrifying. Creepy. The red lightning flashed and disappeared, but Chunzong's figure returned to his original position, as if he had never moved. The 30 Red Wolf warriors stood in their original positions, motionless, as if they had turned into statues. Immediately, a line of blood appeared on the throats of the 30 Red Wolf warriors. The length and thickness of the line were the same, which made the pupils of the true martial realm warriors shrink rapidly. They were extremely shocked. Under such a fast sword speed, he can still maintain such precision. Terrifying control. The realm of body and sword as one. As expected of the great scholar of the dynasty. Who knows how many people he has surpassed? Tai Lang's hair stood on end, and his eyes turned red. He knew that he was done for. There were only more than 100 Red Wolf warriors in the entire Red Wolf gang. First, a dozen of them died in the Blacklight restaurant, and now another 30 died. The losses were heavy, which directly caused the overall strength of the Red Wolves to drop by a lot. Just like that, it should be known that in any gang, elite warriors were very precious. They were the main force of a force, and also one of the foundations to deter other forces. As for the ordinary members, no matter how many there were, they were still ordinary members and couldn't be compared to elite warriors. It could be said that nearly half of the Red Wolves' warriors died in an instant. The deputy leader of the Grizzly Gang, Tai Xiong, was stunned at first, then his hair stood on end. He quickly ordered all Grizzly Bear Guards retreat. The Red Wolf crossbows of the 30 Red Wolf warriors couldn't do anything to the other party. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't do anything to the other party. Instead, they were all killed by the other party's sword. The Grizzly Bear Guards weren't weak, but they were only on par with the Red Wolf warriors. They were no match for the other party at all. It was even very likely that they would be killed by the other party's sword. This was definitely not a 4-star battle strength. It was at least a 5-star battle strength. However, the moment the Grizzly Bear Guards retreated, Chunzong moved again. Like a gust of wind, the red lightning flashed again, and it also flashed past Tai Xiong's heart, ruthlessly cutting it. The pain was indescribable. The 30 Grizzly Bear Guards also turned into statues like the Red Wolf warriors, and a line of blood appeared on their throats. Tai Lang's eyes widened, and they were bloodshot. Killing intent mixed with anger erupted like a volcano. You deserve to die. Like an angry roar of a giant bear, the true power of the violent bear filled his body like a torrent, causing his body to expand in an instant. It was as if he had turned into a giant brown bear. His entire body emitted an extremely violent aura, like a landslide or a torrent. After retracting his palm to his waist, he pushed it out in an instant. It was extremely fierce. The wind whistled, as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, destroying everything. Between the layers of chi waves, a brown bear condensed from true power rushed out. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and it instantly rushed towards Chunzong. The indescribable pressure made Chunzong's entire body tense up, as if he was being suppressed by a mountain. His bones kept making sounds, as if they were about to break into pieces. The wind whistled, and it was extremely violent. Chunzong couldn't breathe, and he couldn't open his eyes. It was as if all his strength had lost its effect under this tyrannical aura, and he couldn't resist at all. The fighting strength of an early 7-star warrior made Chunzong a rare pseudo-true martial realm warrior. However, the gap between the pseudo-true martial realm and the true martial realm was still very obvious, especially when Tai Xiong was a true martial realm LV7 warrior. The gap between his strength and a true martial realm LV1 warrior was like a chasm between heaven and earth. This was an absolute gap, like the gap between a little lamb and a demon beast. Even if Tai Xiong stood still and only used true power to protect his body, no matter how Chunzong slashed with his sword, he couldn't be harmed at all. The moment Tai Xiong made his move, Tai Lang also made his move. True power surged, and a claw fiercely clawed out. In an instant, it passed through hundreds of meters and turned into a wolf claw. It fell from the sky and tore the air apart, leaving deep scratches. It was going to tear Chunzong apart. In just a moment, Chun Zong was facing the attacks of two true martial realm LV7 warriors at the same time. Any one of the attacks was enough to kill him. The gap was so big that Chun Zong didn't have time to activate the sword chi contained in the Red Thunder Sword. This also made Chun Zong more aware of how big the gap was between him and a true martial realm warrior. It was like an insurmountable abyss. In the past, although he had seen true martial realm warriors fight, they weren't directed at him, so he didn't have such a deep impression. Death was approaching, but Chun Zong did not panic. Instead, he calmed down, and a mysterious feeling arose spontaneously. It was as if everything around him had become clearer and slower. The dust particles in the air could be seen clearly, and the giant bear and the wolf claws that were descending from the sky also seemed to have slowed down a little. It was a very strange feeling. It was a feeling under the pressure of life and death. If it continued, some unknown transformation would occur. However, if it continued, Chun Zong would also be killed and turned into powder. Chapter 340. The momentum was shocking and the killing intent was overwhelming. A flash of light tore through the darkness. It was extremely fast and dazzling. The moment it appeared, even Envoy Silverlight and Envoy Nine Eagles had to squint their eyes and use their true power to protect their eyes. Not to mention the other weaker, true martial realm martial artists. They were unable to look directly at it. It was a blade light. When Tai Xiong and Tai Lang were about to kill Chun Zong, Xia Taichao also made his move. He unsheathed his blade, and it was as fast as lightning. The white blade light was extremely dazzling, and it attracted Chun Zong's attention. It was as if his whole body was about to be sucked into it. In a flash, the charging giant bear was cut in half. The wolf's claws were also cut in half and dissipated like smoke. The white blade light was like an eagle in the sky. It drew a beautiful arc in the air and split into two, attacking Tai Xiong and Tai Lang respectively. The Nine Eagles Envoy and the Silver Light Envoy were the envoys of the Nine Eagles Dynasty and the Silver Light Dynasty. Naturally, they would not stand on the side of the Three Ferocious City. Therefore, they did not stop Xia Taichao. Speaking of which, it was not that the Three Ferocious City did not want to bribe the envoys of the three dynasties. However, it was not very effective because the envoys and guard were replaced every 3 years. It was impossible to bribe them without spending a lot of money. However, that money could only last for 3 years. Once the envoys were replaced, they would have to bribe them again. It was not worth it. Since there was no direct interest, the Nine Eagles Envoy and the Silver Light Envoy naturally would not help the Three Ferocious City. The blood vessels in Tai Xiong and Tai Lang's eyes disappeared. They were filled with fear. They could not dodge or block Xia Tiechao's blade light. They could only watch helplessly as the blade light drew a mysterious and sharp trajectory. Death was about to befall them. Just as the saber light was about to hit them, two huge fists appeared out of thin air like boulders and blasted out. They instantly flew past Tai Lang and Tai Xiong and blasted towards the two white saber lights. The saber aura was shattered, and the two fists were also shattered at the same time. The terrifying force from the collision surged in all directions, setting off two violent storms that blew out. The ground was scraped up by 3 inches, and the sand and pebbles were like 2 tornadoes. When they collided with each other, they unstoppably fused into an even larger tornado that connected the sky and the earth. Like the fury of nature, this tornado was extremely powerful. The sand and stones in the surroundings were all sucked into it and turned into powder. Chun Zong felt an unparalleled suction force, pulling his body towards the tornado. No matter how much power he unleashed, he could not stop it at all. At the critical moment, a silhouette appeared beside Chun Zong. Then, Chun Zong flew up like the wind, breaking free from the power of the tornado. He flew far away and landed beside Xia Taichao. Everything had happened too quickly. In an instant, Chun Zong had faced the danger of death twice in a row. "Brother, are you okay?" Xia Taichao asked with concern. "Thank you, Brother Xia. I'm fine." Chun Zong exhaled. His wildly beating heart slowly calmed down. The boiling pure yang qi and blood in his body also calmed down. It was too tense and too exciting. That kind of feeling made one's hair stand on end, but it also had an indescribable excitement. Emissary Xia, the two of them lost their minds because of the death of the sex elites. Please forgive them this time for my sake. A domineering voice sounded clearly in everyone's ears. Of course, the death penalty can be waived, but there must be a corresponding punishment. As long as it's reasonable, you can state it. Xia Tiachao's gaze fell on the face of the person who spoke. It was a middle-aged man in silver-gray armor. He was tall, and his hands were wide and thick. He looked like a god of war. Shenzong keenly caught a hint of fear in Xia Tiachao's eyes. Obviously, this person was very strong. He was so strong that Xia Taichao wasn't sure he could defeat him. "Brother, what do you think?" Xia Taichao didn't answer. Instead, he asked Shenzong. "It's up to you, brother Xia." Shenzong also expressed his attitude. Maybe Xia Taichao wouldn't give up if he persisted. He would definitely kill Tai Lang and Tai Xiong. However, it would undoubtedly be unwise to confront this man in silver-gray armor. Xia Taichao had already done him a great favor by protecting him. He couldn't be unrighteous and put Xia Taichao in danger. Moreover, he was in danger because Tai Xiong and Tai Lang, two genuine martial realm martial artists, had disregarded the rules and attacked him. He had to settle the score. In a flash, Shenzong put these two on his kill list. Maybe he wasn't a match for them now, but he could in the future. Was it difficult to reach LV7 of the genuine martial realm? It wouldn't be difficult. Thinking back to when he was in the Qi and Blood realm, he spent a lot of time and effort to strengthen his foundation. After breaking through to the Qi refining realm, his cultivation speed was much faster than other martial artists. That was in the Eastern continent, where resources were scarce. Now that he was in the Eastern continent, he planned to go to the Long-Tu dynasty, where there were more geniuses and more resources. As long as he reached the peak of the Qi refining realm and broke through, his cultivation in the true martial realm would be even faster. Tai Lang and Tai Xiong felt a lingering fear. They hurriedly thanked the armored man who had helped them, and then glanced at Shenzong. With such heavy losses, they wouldn't have a good time when they returned to the gang. Moreover, Xia Taichao wouldn't let this go. No matter which side it was, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. At this point, the battle had ended with the deaths of more than 30 Grizzly Bear Guard from the Grizzly Bear Gang and more than 30 Red Wolf warriors from the Red Wolf Gang. However, this kind of end was only on the surface. He's definitely not a 4-star fighter. He's at least a 5-star fighter or even higher. Investigate. Get someone to investigate this person's background immediately. With the return of the crowd, the news of this battle immediately spread throughout the 3 ferocious city. After that, the first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate forces in the 3 ferocious city also heard the news and started to investigate. However, only the first-rate forces had the ability to investigate. This was because they were strong enough and had enough resources to enter the various dynasties and secretly carry out their activities. If it was only a 4-star fighter, it wouldn't be enough for them to use the people hidden in the dynasties. After all, there were 4-star Qi refining realm martial artists in the various first-rate forces. If it was a 5-star fighter, the significance would be different. Indeed, there were 5-star fighters in the various first-rate forces, but they were extremely rare and very precious. Another point was that 5-star fighters definitely had a high status in the dynasties. They might even have a very high background. No matter what, they had to investigate clearly before deciding on their attitude towards the other party. However, the 3 ferocious city was quite far from the Cloud Dragon dynasty. It would take some time to investigate and send the information back. Shenzong followed Xia Taichao and the group of Cloud Dragon ambassadors back to the Cloud Dragon mansion. On the way back, he was silent. This battle could be said to be a battle between life and death twice. He had almost died here. This also made Shenzong more aware of the gap between him and the true martial realm. Even if he had the Red Thunder Sword to rely on, he still needed an opportunity to activate the sword chi within it. It was not enough. He was far from being strong enough. He had to become even stronger. The peak of the Qi refining realm. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. I must reach it. Only by reaching the peak of the Qi refining realm would one's combat strength become even stronger. Perhaps it would not be enough to compare with a true martial realm martial artist, but it would have a perfect foundation that most true martial realm martial artists did not have. It would allow one to advance by leaps and bounds after breaking through to the true martial realm. The foundation was very important. Even if Chen Zong urgently wanted to become stronger, he would not exchange a broader future for a temporary increase in strength. If he could not wait to break through to the true martial realm now, it would be equivalent to cutting off his future. Brother, that person just now is called Duan Yingqiu. After returning to the Cloud Dragon Mansion and sitting down, Xiao Taichao opened his mouth and said, his combat strength is at the peak of the 4-star level, not below mine. I'm not confident that I can defeat him. Big brother Xia, I'm already very grateful that you are willing to protect me. As for the rest, let's leave it for now. We will deal with them in the future. Chen Zong smiled slightly and said, okay, I will wait for that day. Xiao Taichao smiled and said, although he was an emissary of the dynasty, he was not invincible. He was indeed very powerful against the second-rate factions, but against the first-rate factions, his deterrence was undoubtedly much weaker. Brother, although you can't kill him, you should compensate him. What do you need to compensate? Feel free to tell me, Xia Taichao said. What does big brother Xia think? Chen Zong asked back. We need to make these two factions bleed. Xia Taichao laughed. If you trust me, let me handle it. Okay. Chen Zong did not hesitate at all. Straightforward. Xia Taichao smiled. Rest here. This is the Cloud Dragon Mansion. No one dares to cause trouble here. I will be back soon. As he spoke, Xia Taichao walked out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion alone. His goal was naturally to make a trip to the Grizzly Gang and the Red Wolves to make these two factions bleed. As for Chen Zong, after chatting with the Cloud Dragon guards for a while, he went to rest in the guest room. Sitting on the bed, Chen Zong thought back to the battle just now. The 30-odd Red Wolves' cooperation was indeed outstanding. If he really was a 4-star warrior, he might have been defeated. Unfortunately, they had underestimated his battle strength, causing them to be completely wiped out. The main point Chen Zong thought back was the might of the Iron Wolves and Iron Bears, the two true martial realm cultivators. That kind of attack was not something he could block or dodge. It was as if he was directly suppressed. After that, Xia Taichao's blade was even more stunning. It was as if it had split the world into two. It was extremely terrifying. Duan Yingqiu's two punches were also very powerful. When they collided with the blade light, they both shattered and formed a shocking tornado that wreaked havoc in all directions. It was as if it wanted to destroy everything. The corpses of the Red Wolves and Grizzly Bear guards were sucked into it and were instantly torn to pieces. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Chapter 341. Two pseudo-spiritual weapons. Chen Zong was stunned. He was surprised to see the compensation Xia Taichao brought back from the Grizzly Gang and the Red Wolves. Chen Zong did not believe that pseudo-spiritual weapons were worthless in a place like the Three Ferocious City. Because of the lack of resources, the value of pseudo-spiritual weapons must be higher than in the dynasty. No wonder he said he would make the two gangs bleed. Two pseudo-spiritual weapons. One of the pseudo-spiritual tools was an inner armor. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was soft to the touch and very comfortable to the touch. The other pseudo-spiritual tool was a pair of combat shoes, which gave people a domineering feeling. Brother, these two pseudo-spiritual weapons will be of great help to you. Although Xia Taichao was a little tempted, he still pushed the two pseudo-spiritual weapons to Chen Zong. Brother Xia, I want this inner armor. It can improve my ability to protect myself. As for this pair of combat shoes, they are yours. Chen Zong pushed the combat shoes to Xia Taichao. Brother, you should know the value of pseudo-spiritual weapons. They are compensation from the Grizzly Gang and the Red Wolves. Xia Taichao was stunned and stared at Chen Zong with his eyes wide open. If it weren't for Brother Xia, I would have lost my life, not to mention compensation. Chen Zong laughed. Xia Taichao stared deeply at Chen Zong and found that there was only sincerity in Qinzong's eyes. There was no reluctance at all. Xiao Taichao suddenly smiled. Okay, I also like this pair of combat shoes. They are useful to me, so I will shamelessly accept them. Xiao Taichao laughed and said happily. Pseudo-spiritual weapons were very useful for both the training force realm and the genuine martial realm. Especially for the genuine martial realm warriors, they could better use the power of the pseudo-spiritual weapons with genuine power. Xiao Taichao was a genuine martial realm warrior with 4-star combat strength. If he could get such a pseudo-spiritual weapon, his combat strength would be improved. Strength was one of the pursuits of all martial artists. No one would turn their backs on becoming more powerful. Qinzong also quickly put on the inner armor. It was close to his body, light as if it was weightless and very comfortable. The first function of this inner armor was very simple but very practical. It was warm in winter and cool in summer. Moreover, it could absorb sweat and dispel the impurities excreted from the body, allowing the body covered by the inner armor to always be in a clean state. The second effect was that the inner armor was soft and comfortable on the inside. It was very tough on the outside and had astonishing defensive power. Even the sharpness of a divine iron sword would not be damaged at all. It could better protect the body. The third effect was to form a layer of invisible protective power on the surface of the body after the power of the pseudo-spiritual tool was stimulated. It could resist the attacks of swords, sabers, water, fire, and so on. It could better protect the body. As long as that layer of protective power was not broken, the body would not be harmed. However, this inner armor was only a rank 1 pseudo-spirit tool. After all, it had 3 functions. The first and second functions were due to the materials used to make it, so they couldn't be considered as abilities. Only the third function was the true ability of this pseudo-spirit tool. Although Qinzong's combat power did not increase, his life-saving ability had increased a lot. Qinzong and Xiao Taichao were very happy that they got 2 pseudo-spiritual tools. However, the people of the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang were very angry. Not only did they lose dozens of elite warriors in the gang, but they also had to compensate with a pseudo-spiritual tool. This kind of loss was not enough to be described by the word disastrous. In the Grizzly Gang, the deputy leader of the gang, Tai Xiong, knelt in the hall to accept his punishment. In the Red Wolves, Tai Lang also knelt in the hall to accept his punishment. Both of them had been stripped of their positions as deputy leaders. They also had to give up their pseudo-spiritual tools and the spiritual shells they had saved up. The loss was very disastrous. Their hearts were bleeding. They hated Qinzong so much that they could not wait to skin him, pull out his tendons, and break his bones. This person must be eliminated to restore our lost reputation. Yes, he must be killed. But the warriors of the real martial arts can't do it. Otherwise, they will anger Xiao Taichao and the others, which will be very disadvantageous to our gang. However, none of the warriors of the Qi refining realm in our gang is a match for him. I have an idea, but it will cost a lot. Say it. Ask Serene Thorn to do it. Serene Thorn. Serene Thorn. They all exclaimed. Ask Serene Thorn to do it. The price is too high. Haha, besides us, the Red Wolves probably have the same idea. Why don't we join forces with the Red Wolves and pay half the price? That's feasible. It's decided then. Assassinate Qinzong. Seems to be a 5-star warrior. It's very interesting. I'll take it. The faint voice seemed to come from the depths of the night. It was erratic and unpredictable. 10,000 spiritual shells. Pay a deposit of 3,000. 10,000 spiritual shells to kill a warrior of the Qi refining realm. This price was too high. It was enough to buy the life of a warrior of the real martial arts realm. But there was no other way. Currently, in the entire 3 ferocious city, other than the geniuses of the first-rate forces, the only one who had the ability to kill Qinzong was Serene Thorn. Ask the geniuses of the first-rate forces to do it. It was very difficult. It was better to pay Serene Thorn directly. So far, Serene Thorn's assassination success rate was 100%. As long as he targeted, no one could survive. Of course, Serene Thorn didn't accept missions to assassinate warriors of the real martial arts realm. After all, his cultivation was in the Qi refining realm. For 3 days, Chunzong stayed in the Cloud Dragon Mansion. Most of the time, he was comprehending. There was great terror in the face of death. Behind the terror, there were great mysteries. Mediocre people would only be intimidated by the terror and be left with a shadow. Geniuses, on the other hand, could resist the terror and see the mysteries behind it. From there, they could comprehend it. After 3 days of comprehension, Chunzong vaguely grasped the opportunity to break through to the completion of the Qi refining realm. However, it was like the clouds in the sky. It could be seen, but could not be touched. It was erratic. I'm still lacking something. Chunzong opened his eyes. They were as sharp as swords, illuminating the room. The feeling of not being able to break through when he was about to grasp the key point was very uncomfortable. He had to get it out, but he couldn't get it out. Do I have to fall into a situation of death again to truly grasp the opportunity? Chunzong couldn't help but ask. He started to think. In such a situation of death, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. If he died, then any comprehension or breakthrough would be useless. Thinking back, if Xia Taichao hadn't intervened, he would have been dead. There was no need to talk about comprehension. Chunzong wasn't afraid of death. He was only afraid of dying in vain. If he wanted to put himself in a situation of death and use the pressure of death to comprehend and break through, he still needed a chance to survive. After thinking for a while, Chunzong still couldn't think of a better way. He decided to leave Triple Ferocity City and take a look outside. Outside of the 3 ferocious city, it was surrounded by the wilderness. However, there were still some dangerous places in the wilderness. Chunzong planned to go to those dangerous places and find a chance to survive. After informing Xia Taichao, Chunzong walked out of the Yunlong mansion. The moment he stepped out of the Yunlong mansion, Chunzong's eyes flashed. However, he didn't stop at all. He quickly merged into the crowd like a fish swimming against the current, quickly heading towards the city gate. You're finally out. Enjoy the last of your life. A faint voice filled the air. However, no one could hear it. Soon, Chunzong walked out of Triple Ferocity City and headed west. At the western end of Triple Ferocity City, there was a valley shrouded in grayish-green fog all year round. A sour smell could be smelled from afar. The grayish-green fog was a type of miasma that was poisonous. If a blood chi realm martial artist were to enter it, they would be corroded until their blood chi deteriorated and rot. If a weaker force refinement realm martial artist were to enter it, only death awaited them. Even powerful chi and blood realm martial artists couldn't stay in it for long periods of time. Only those who had reached the true martial realm could use their true force to resist the miasma's corrosion without being affected at all. The rolling grayish-green fog seemed to hide countless poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. It made one's hair stand on end just by looking at it from afar. Chunzong didn't stop. Instead, he quickened his pace and headed towards the poisonous fog valley. As he approached, his pure yang qi and blood surged like flowing water. The chaotic heaven energy circulated throughout his body. Chunzong entered the grayish-green miasma and headed towards the valley. There was no doubt that such a valley was dangerous. Perhaps Chunzong could find an opportunity to break through here. Or maybe not, but he had to try his best. The path of martial arts was about exploration, constantly moving forward and trying. As Chunzong entered, the grayish-green miasma was like a venomous snake that had been awakened. It surged from all directions and wrapped Chunzong's body, trying to drill into Chunzong's body like a swarm of bees. His pure yang qi and blood were burning hot. Under the surging qi and blood, they resisted the invasion of the miasma. As his inner force circulated throughout his body, a second layer of protection was formed, preventing the grayish-green miasma from entering his body. His 5 senses were heightened to the extreme. Everything around him, no matter how subtle, could escape Chunzong's senses. Suddenly, Chunzong raised his hand and pointed to the right. The chaotic heaven energy covered his fingertip. It was as sharp as a sword and seemed to be able to cut through everything. At the same time, a grayish-green figure, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, shuttled through the grayish-green miasma. It was extremely fast and silently shot towards Chunzong. It seemed to automatically collide with Chunzong's finger. At the moment of contact with Chunzong's finger, the grayish-green figure, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, suddenly trembled. In an instant, it straightened up and fell to the ground like a soft noodle. Chunzong's hand gestures changed. His palm was covered with a layer of chaotic heaven energy. With a gentle grab, he caught the thing in his hand and held it in front of him to have a look. It was a snake that was as thick as a finger and less than half a meter long. Its whole body was grayish-green, which was almost the same as the grayish-green miasma. It could better hide in the miasma and launch an attack silently. It was simply a natural assassin. The triangular head indicated that the snake was highly venomous. If he was bitten, the venom would be injected into his body. Chunzong did not know whether he could withstand it. After a quick examination, he did not find anything useful on the snake, so he casually threw it away. Not long after, there seemed to be a shadow passing through the miasma. It reached out and picked up the snake's body. After careful observation, it threw it away. Chapter 342. The poisonous fog valley was shrouded in gray-green miasma all year round. It hadn't dissipated for hundreds of years. Normal beasts couldn't survive in this miasma. Only poisonous beasts could live in it and become stronger by breathing in the miasma. As Chunzong walked into the valley, he encountered a lot of poisonous beasts, most of which were snakes. Because these snakes had been in the miasma for a long time, their skin had turned gray-green, which was the same color as the miasma. It was harder to see them, and they moved silently, which made them even more deadly. Other than the poisonous beasts, there were also spiders. The spiders with the same gray-green skin were as big as millstones and as small as fingernails. They couldn't be ignored. However, Chunzong hadn't drawn his sword yet. He just used his finger as a sword to kill the poisonous beasts and the spiders. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't resist Chunzong's finger. The deeper they went, the thicker and purer the miasma was, and the more corrosive it was. UCI, who was following in the dark, saw the dead bodies of the poisonous beasts and spiders again and again. He felt more and more that Chunzong was powerful, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. I have to find the best time to kill him in one strike. UCI said to himself. If he couldn't kill him in one strike, it would be even harder to find a second chance. UC's success rate was 100% because he was careful, cautious, and patient. He observed carefully, made a judgment, and waited patiently for the best time. If the best time didn't come, he wouldn't act, especially when the target was a genius who was suspected to be a 5-star warrior. It wasn't that he hadn't assassinated a 5-star warrior before. It was because he was careful and patient enough that he was able to assassinate a 5-star warrior. It was also that assassination that made him famous. However, Chunzong didn't give him the feeling that he was just a 5-star warrior. He had to be more careful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete the mission and might even lose his life. As long as I can complete this assassination and get the remaining 7,000 spirit shells, I can buy that pellet to strengthen my foundation and break through to the genuine force realm. UCI thought to himself. The poisonous fog valley was very strange. There were no poisonous beasts of the genuine force realm, as if there were some restrictions. However, after years of accumulation, some of the poisonous beasts had reached a horrifying level. They could reach 5-star or even 6-star warriors. Once they formed a group, even 7-star warriors couldn't fight against them. The red sword light was like a flash of lightning, which flashed through the thick gray-green miasma. Under the power of the enlightenment realm, the power in the air was covered, which made the sword light even more powerful. Like a red lightning of Chunzong held his breath and quickly retreated. After Chunzong left, UCI approached. His pupils shrank rapidly. The sword light that flashed by just now made him shiver all over. It was very powerful. Could it be a 6-star warrior? A thought that made UCI shiver uncontrollably appeared in his mind. 6-star warrior. Like a demon, he couldn't get rid of it. The more he thought about it, the more excited he was. His body trembled slightly. 6-star warrior. UC's heart trembled as well. Should I give up on this mission? Let's continue. Assassinate a 6-star warrior. If I succeed, I might be able to break through my limit. Give up or continue? UCI was struggling. He was having a fierce battle in his mind. No matter what, I have to try. After a fierce battle in his mind, UCI made a decision. He was confident that even if the assassination failed, he could escape with the help of the unique environment of the poisonous fog valley and his ability to hide. The pressure is still not enough. Chunzong shook his sword slightly. The blood on the red thunder sword was shaken off. A 6-star spider and a few 5-star spiders were not enough to give him the pressure of death. He had to get more. A light flashed through Chunzong's eyes. He decided to make a bigger move. Is he crazy? UCI, who was hiding in the dark and waiting for the best time to attack, stared at Chunzong's every move. Seeing that Chunzong was attracting powerful snakes and spiders from everywhere, he couldn't help but shudder. Although the color of the snakes and spiders was very similar to the miasma, UC's eyesight was great. He could tell that those snakes and spiders were very powerful. They were at least 3-star warriors or even higher. A 3-star warrior was nothing. UCI could kill them easily. However, a large group of 3-star warriors was different. Not to mention that there were 4-star warriors. If UCI was not wrong, there might even be 5-star warriors. The aura of demonic beasts was different from that of human warriors. It was easier to tell the difference. UCI was born with a sharper sense of aura. Plus, with the martial arts he cultivated, his senses were further enhanced. Of course, Chunzong's Anisrava mixed Yuan body made it hard for UCI to sense. More and more snakes and spiders came from all directions, surrounding Chunzong. With 2 swords in hand, Chunzong was not afraid. These snakes and spiders were naturally attracted by Chunzong on purpose. Each and every one of them was very powerful. Their venom was very scary. Only by doing so could they bring the pressure of life and death to Chunzong. For now, facing a warrior of the real martial arts realm, there was no chance of survival. He could only use this method. This method was naturally safer than confronting a warrior of the real martial arts realm directly. However, Chunzong was very clear that if he was not careful, he would also die here. However, there was a slim chance of survival. Seeking life and death and seeking a breakthrough. Fighting to survive in the face of death. The strange sound came from all directions, making one's scalp tingle and body shiver just by listening to it. Chunzong seemed to be unaware of it. He was waiting for the crisis to come, waiting for the pressure of life and death in the midst of the crisis. UCI, who was hiding in the dark, had completely restrained his aura. He would not be sensed by the poisonous insects here, so he would not be attacked. However, the scene in front of him still gave him goosebumps. No matter what this person's purpose was, the scene in front of him shocked him. He admired this person from the bottom of his heart. However, he still had to fight when it was necessary. This was a task, and it was also related to whether he could break through the limit. Perhaps, with so many poisonous snakes and spiders surrounding this person, he could find the best time to attack and kill this person in one strike. Just the thought of assassinating a 6-star prodigy was enough to make his blood boil. Kill! Chunzong shouted in a low voice as he drew his sword. The cross-shaped sword light cut through the grayish-green miasma and cut forward. Wherever it passed, blood and flesh flew. Chunzong's figure also moved. As he moved, his steps were nimble and unpredictable. Not only did he avoid the attacks from the poisonous snakes and spiders, but he also kept fighting back with his sword. Every time he drew his sword, a poisonous snake or spider would be killed, and broken limbs would fly in the air. What an exquisite sword technique! UCI, who was hiding in the dark, felt that he had suffered a great blow. For a long time, he had been pursuing a one-hit kill. He had been honing his martial arts skills and simplifying them. However, If he wanted to simplify his martial arts skills, he had to have enough mastery and understanding of them. In the end, he could transcend them and make them completely suitable for himself. He would be able to exert the full power of his martial arts skills or exert the power beyond the limit. In order to achieve this, he had put in a lot of effort. UCI was confident that among the young warriors in the Qi refining realm in the entire Three Ferocious City, no one could compare with him in terms of the exquisiteness of their moves. Even the geniuses cultivated by the first-class forces could not compare with him. Even many warriors in the genuine martial arts realm could not compare with him. However, now, he had encountered a person who not only had terrifying combat strength, but also had exquisite moves that made him feel desperate. However, killing such a person would give him a greater sense of achievement. That feeling would definitely allow him to break through his limits and reach a higher level. There were several times when UCI wanted to attack directly, but he forced himself to hold back because it was not the best time. He was not sure if he could kill with one strike. Continue to wait. More and more poisonous snakes and spiders were attracted over, and they surrounded Chunzong without fear of death. However, Chunzong's expression was cold and solemn, like the cold iron of the deep sea. His eyes were sharp, like sword lights, and with two swords in his hands, he continued to kill. Not enough. The pressure of facing a life-and-death crisis was not enough. If it was not enough, then he would kill to his heart's content. Green blood splashed in all directions. Chunzong shuttled through it as nimbly as a fish swimming through rocks under the water. However, he had the agility of a cheetah and the sharpness of an eagle hunting. Suddenly, he turned back, and the sword light flew past like a swallow's wing. Unparalleled combat strength. UCI watched from afar. His admiration for Chunzong grew stronger. If people knew his current state of mind, they would probably laugh. This cold-blooded assassin who had assassinated a 5-star genius in the past was actually admiring others. The stinky smell of blood drifted further and further away. The hissing sound came from afar. UCI could not see what it was, but the sound alone made his scalp tingle and his hair stand on end. He felt as if he was soaked in ice. Then, from another direction, a rustling sound came, which also brought a strong sense of horror. Judging from the sound, it should be a poisonous snake and a poisonous spider that were rapidly approaching. Moreover, they were very powerful. How powerful were they? UCI did not know. It was beyond his ability to distinguish. Chunzong's face was as cold as iron in the deep sea. However, a smile bloomed on his face. He was a little excited from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 343. The thick grayish-green miasma severely affected their vision. They couldn't see more than 100 meters away. The hissing sound became more obvious, and the rustling sound on the other side became more intense. A giant python with a waist as thick as a water bucket was wriggling on the rough and uneven ground towards Chunzong's direction. Wherever it passed, all the sand and stones were crushed into powder, leaving a winding and twisted gully on the ground. On the other side, there was a huge poisonous spider that was rapidly waving its 8 long and sharp claws, charging over like a gust of wind and lightning. Serene Thorn was stunned. A giant python with a body as thick as a bucket, a poisonous spider the size of a house, and an extremely strong aura fluctuation emitted from them. It was like a roaring hurricane. What kind of monsters were they? The combat power of the giant python and the poisonous spider was probably beyond the 5-star level. Could it be beyond the 6-star level? What was beyond the 6-star level? It was the 7-star level, an unimaginable level. He's done for. Looks like I don't have to do it myself. Serene Thorn thought to himself. He felt sorry that he was going to miss an opportunity. However, Serene Thorn could only give up helplessly. He dared to assassinate 5-star or 6-star level martial artists, but he didn't dare to deal with these two monsters. They were too strong. Just the aura they emitted was enough to make him feel suffocated. 7-star combat power. Chunzong's voice was very low. It was so low that only he could hear it. However, his tone was burning like the sun. It was excitement from the bottom of his heart. 7-star combat power. There were 2 monsters with 7-star combat power. The environment here was very suitable for these 2 monsters. They should be able to give him enough pressure. If others knew what Shinzong was thinking, they would definitely call him crazy. The giant venomous python flicked its forked tongue, and the sound it emitted was like thunder. An extremely tyrannical aura was like a hurricane that could destroy everything. It rushed towards Chunzong, wanting to completely destroy him. On the other side, the giant spider's terrifying aura was like a flash flood. In an instant, it carried the power of 10,000 hectares and fiercely bombarded Chunzong. 2 completely different yet extremely terrifying auras collided fiercely with Chunzong at the center. It was like a real storm, and its momentum was vast and mighty. Being within, Chunzong felt as if he had been ruthlessly struck by 2 incomparably huge hammers. However, compared to the aura of a true martial realm martial artist, there was still an extremely large gap. For Chunzong, it was completely unable to bring about any suppression effect. The wild wind whistled and swept in all directions, causing the dense grayish-green miasma to surge endlessly like a tide, emitting enormous crashing sounds. The surrounding poisonous snakes and spiders were unable to withstand it. Under this terrifying storm, they were blown back repeatedly in all directions. The weaker ones were directly torn apart and died miserably. Chunzong's body seemed to be torn apart by the collision of the 2 forces, but that was just an illusion. In reality, he seemed to have taken root, like a pine tree that had stood on the edge of a cliff for thousands of years. No matter how strong the storm was, it could not break him away. Close. The giant poisonous python attacked first. It sprayed a mouthful of dark green poisonous fog at Chunzong. The poisonous fog was so thick that it poured down like a flood. Then, the giant spider behind him waved its sharp claws and stabbed at Chunzong like a peerless blade. The attack of the giant poisonous python and the giant spider, which had the combat strength of 7 stars, immediately brought great pressure to Chunzong. He was facing death. Chunzong gripped his 2 swords tightly and immediately moved away. His body was like a gentle breeze as he dodged the large poisonous python's poisonous mist. It was unknown when he turned around, but the cross-shaped sword light seemed to be able to split the sky as it ruthlessly attacked the large spider's sharp claws. The collision. The terrible momentum surged. It could pierce through gold and crack stone. UCI felt like his eardrums were about to be torn apart, even though he was far away. Chunzong immediately felt that the giant spider's sharp claws had an amazing power. The impact was like a landslide. It made the 2 swords tremble. Then, through the 2 swords, it quickly spread to his arms and spread to every part of his body. His chi and blood were surging. His internal force was surging. He flew back directly. At this moment, the giant poisonous python and the giant spider seemed to have formed an alliance. They attacked again. The giant spider waved its thick tail and slammed it at Chunzong like a falling pillar. The whistling sound was like a storm. Chunzong waved his sword again to resist. With a loud bang, the shockwave cleared away the miasma in the surroundings. The ground shattered, and cracks appeared. With Chunzong as the center, the cracks spread out like a spiderweb. After being attacked by such a powerful attack for the second time, Chunzong felt that his pure yang qi and blood were about to collapse. His powerful internal force was also surging. It was difficult for him to gather it again. His strong bones and muscles were aching as if they were about to be torn apart. Strong. Both the giant spider's attack and the giant poisonous python's attack were at the early stage of 7 stars. In terms of strength, they were even stronger than Chunzong. Even so, Chunzong was not afraid at all. Instead, an indescribable excitement was surging in his heart. It was lonely at the top. He pursued a strong opponent, whether it was a human or a monster. The direction that Chunzong flew back was the direction where Serene Thorn was hiding. My chance is coming, Serene Thorn thought. He was getting calmer and calmer. He caught a glimpse of Chun Zong's figure from the corner of his eye. The reason why he didn't dare to look at him directly was that he was afraid of being discovered by Chun Zong. After all, he thought that Chun Zong's combat strength had reached 6 stars. He might be very sensitive to auras. If he was discovered, it might lead to failure. Calmness was the most important factor for an assassin. The more excited he was, the calmer he was. He was terrifyingly calm, like ice. Closer. Chun Zong was getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly, Chun Zong landed on the ground. He couldn't help but take a few steps back before he could stand firm. From every subtle movement, Serene Thorn could tell that Chun Zong's strength was scattered and hadn't fully gathered yet. This was the best time for him to assassinate. If he waited until Chun Zong gathered his strength, he would lose the chance. He moved. Serene Thorn, who had been hiding in the same position until now, finally moved. It was fine if he did not move, but once he moved, he was like a silent bolt of lightning, instantly traversing a distance of more than 10 meters. The cold inner strength in his body also completely exploded in that instant, pouring into the ghost thorn in his hand through his arm. The ghost thorn was a strange weapon. It looked like a slender thorn, with 3 edges like a sword. The end was terrifyingly sharp. It was a pure, killing weapon, and it was smeared with poison. For this attack, Serene Thorn also performed the martial arts that he was proud of. It was as fast as lightning, silent and impossible to guard against. It seemed to ignore the distance of 1 meter and crossed it in an instant. Even if people sensed it, it would create an illusion and slow down their reaction. This was Serene Thorn's most powerful attack. It contained his strength and belief. It was beyond the past. It had a feeling of breaking through the limit and peeping into a higher level. This was also a sure kill attack. You see, I firmly believed that as long as his attack hit Chun Zong, he would be able to kill him. As long as he could kill Chun Zong, he would be able to grasp that feeling and break through his own limits to reach a higher level. He was going to stab him. At that moment, Chun Zong suddenly looked over. His eyes emitted a shocking cold light, like cold lightning that streaked across the sky, causing Yu Si's heart to involuntarily beat wildly. An ominous feeling erupted like a mountain torrent bursting through a dam. Was he discovered? At this point, there was no turning back. He had to kill him. At that moment, this attack seemed to become more powerful. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The deep voice was sonorous, like the sound of a sword. It came into Serene Thorn's ears. At the same time, the 2 swords pierced through the air. Under the enlightenment state, the power of heaven and earth was mobilized, making the 2 swords extremely fast. The power they contained was even more extraordinarily powerful. This was a sword attack with the fighting strength of an early 7-star. Oh no! Serene Thorn was terrified. Strong, too strong. He was so strong that he couldn't dodge or resist at all. How could he be so strong? This was definitely not a 6-star fighting strength. Could it be a 7-star fighting strength? As soon as this thought appeared, Serene Thorn, who was facing death, also broke his own limit under the pressure of death and reached a higher level. Even so, his fighting strength couldn't reach the 7-star level. The gap between a 6-star and a 7-star was huge. Without reaching the 7-star level, one wouldn't be a match for a 7-star. To be able to die under the sword of such a genius, I have no regrets. This was Serene Thorn's last thought. He broke through his own limit. This was something to be happy about, but unfortunately, he was going to die. However, it was a good thing to be able to break through, and it was also an honor to be able to die under the sword of such a powerful warrior. Since he stepped on the path of an assassin, he had been constantly assassinating others. He was destined to die in the hands of others one day. When Chun Zong stepped out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion, his sharp senses knew that he was being watched. At first, he thought it was the Grizzly Gang or the Red Wolves. After all, the 2 gangs had suffered great losses. They definitely wouldn't give up. Gradually, the feeling of being followed became intermittent. Even in the Poison Fog Valley, it still existed. The stalker was very skilled in concealing himself. Chun Zong was afraid that he would scare the stalker away, so he pretended that he didn't know anything. In fact, he was setting up a trap to lure the stalker into it bit by bit. Before, he attracted those poisonous insects to surround him. Other than wanting to put himself in a desperate situation, he also had a plan. Until the appearance of the giant poisonous python and the giant spider, this plan was truly completed. The attack of the giant spider and the giant poisonous python repelled Chunzong, which was also part of Chunzong's plan. He had to let the stalker seize the opportunity to attack. Otherwise, the stalker was too good at hiding himself. Chunzong didn't have the confidence to completely lock onto him. If the stalker escaped, all his efforts would be in vain. Chapter 344. The spies have been eliminated. Let's fight with all our might. As soon as he finished speaking, Chunzong's lips curled into a smile. His fighting spirit was as sharp as a sword, peerless. The sixth level of the chaotic heaven energy breaking force was operated to the extreme. His pure yang qi and blood were like tsunamis. His strength was like the sound of a drum, dominating heaven and earth. It formed a terrible roaring wind that blew away the grayish-green miasma around, revealing a clear sky. The two swords trembled. The clanging sound was like the sound of heaven echoing. The sword light flashed and tore the air under the swords, leaving traces. The giant poisonous python and the giant spider attacked from the left and right respectively. The terrible strength swept over and destroyed everything. Chunzong was not afraid at all. The reason why Chunzong was forced to retreat was not only because the two of them were very strong, but also because Chunzong had deliberately acted weak. His goal was to let Yu Ci, who was hiding in the dark, think that he had the best opportunity to attack and eliminate him. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight to his heart's content if he was being watched by someone who was difficult to lock onto. Now, he could fight to his heart's content without holding back. He would let these two monsters, whose combat strength was as high as the early stage of the 7-star, become his whetstone and his opportunity to break through. His chi and blood were surging, and his internal strength was swirling. It was as if there was a roar echoing through the sky. The two swords created a blurry shadow, which was caused by the fast speed of swords. In an instant, Chunzong had slashed hundreds of times. Every slash contained terrible power. Every slash carried the power of heaven and earth, which had reached the early stage of the 7-star level. It turned into a storm of sword light, raging wildly, and slashed at the giant poisonous python and the giant spider. The giant poisonous python and the giant spider were too big. Although they were very agile, they could not avoid Chunzong's slashes. However, the python's scales were incomparably tough. As sparks flew, Chunzong's sword only managed to leave a white mark on its scales. The spider's skin was not as tough as the snake's scales, but it was very thick and had a kind of flexibility. When the sword slashed on its skin, it made a slight dent, but the sword bounced back instantly without causing the slightest bit of damage. At most, it cut off some of the fur on its skin. This level surprised Chunzong. Immediately, his fighting spirit became stronger. Above Chunzong's head, the strong fighting intent and momentum mixed together, as if they were about to condense into a sword, an illusory sword. Ha! Accompanied by a burst of carefree laughter, Chunzong's two swords were not only swift, they became even more ferocious and shocking. The sword light was like thunder and lightning, tearing through the sky. It was also like the suppression of a mountain, extremely terrifying. Chop, chop, chop. Kill, kill, kill. Chunzong's superhuman 5 senses allowed him to accurately grasp all the movements around him. The Lingwu realm of body sword unification allowed Chunzong to integrate his strength and martial arts to the highest degree and to connect them with the two swords in his hands. Everything about him was under his control. The two swords seemed to come alive, and they were all-pervasive and unstoppable. The realm of enlightenment allowed Chunzong to borrow the free force between heaven and earth to add to himself, making himself lighter and more agile, and also making the power of the two swords more powerful. Apart from the power of the secret method and the pseudo-spiritual weapon, he used all of his combat strength. This was the combat strength of an early 7-star warrior. However, the big poisonous python and the big spider were not weak at all. They both had the combat strength of an early 7-star warrior. In a 2-on-1 situation, they brought great pressure to Chunzong. Infinite sword cut. Chunzong nimbly dodged the attacks of the big poisonous python and the big spider, and then he appeared on the side of the big poisonous python. He used the big poisonous python's huge body to block the attack of the big spider, and the two swords were brandished. Infinite sword cut. The speed of the first sword was as fast as he could reach, and then the power of each sword kept increasing while maintaining the original speed. The current infinite sword cut was completely different from before, because Chunzong had not reached the body sword unification realm before, and he had not reached the realm of enlightenment. Now, the power of each sword was very terrifying. Even the weakest first sword could easily kill most of the 6-star warriors. One sword followed by another, and the two swords were brandished at the same time. It was as if thousands of thunders were descending from the sky, and each sword slashed at the same spot on the big poisonous python's body. No matter how strong the defense of the snake scales is, it can't withstand so many sword slashes. However, the moment the big poisonous python's scales were cut, it reacted very quickly. Its huge body rolled over like an earth dragon, and the earth rumbled and shook. Dust and smoke were billowing, and the wind roared, blowing the surrounding miasma even more chaotic. The big poisonous python rolled over, and its snake scales opened and closed at a rapid speed. It became slippery, and Chunzong's two swords could not accurately hit the same spot. Moreover, between the rolling and the snake scales opening and closing, it further blocked Chunzong's two sword slashes, making it difficult for the power to burst out and unable to cause any damage. The big thick tail suddenly rose, and then it slammed down hard at Chunzong. It was like a falling pillar that could collapse a mountain. Chunzong only felt a shadow appear, and then an extremely terrifying pressure fell from the sky. Under normal circumstances, Chunzong would use his agile body to dodge, but he did not. Instead, he brandished his two swords and wanted to meet force with force. Like an explosion of thunder, sound waves spread out from the center of the collision between the two swords and the snake's tail. A layer of the ground was forcefully scraped up and turned into powder. Rumbling sounds could be heard. The big poisonous python exerted force, and its thick tail suddenly bounced up and slammed down fiercely. Chunzong's feet crushed the ground, and inch-by-inch cracks appeared. His chi and blood force mixed with his physical strength and inner force pushed his body upward. At the same time, the big spider went to the other side, and its sharp claws were like knives. It slashed at Chunzong's body fiercely and wanted to cut him in half. Although this kind of monster did not have high intelligence, it had amazing instincts and knew the best way to fight. In an instant, Chunzong was facing the double attack of the poisonous python and the big spider. In the face of danger, Chunzong's body twisted strangely, completely defying common sense. The big spider's claws almost slashed through his body, leaving a cold light behind. Then, Chunzong's body suddenly straightened, and in an instant, an even more powerful force burst out from his arms and swords. The sword light seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. The environment of the poisonous fog valley was very unfavorable for Chunzong, but for the poisonous python and the big spider, it was like fish in water. Here, they did not have to worry about exhausting their strength, because they could quickly replenish it. On the other hand, Chunzong could not. Although his strength recovered very quickly, when facing such a powerful monster, every sword strike would consume a lot of strength. If he continuously attacked, his recovery speed would not be able to keep up with the speed of consumption. Gradually, Chunzong's strength and mental strength were consumed by more than half. However, the battle had just entered the most intense moment. Chunzong was completely in the air, and his feet did not touch the ground. He was constantly attacked by the poisonous python and the big spider. The poisonous python's attack methods were to spit venom, collide with its head, bite with its bloody mouth, swing with its tail, and use its body to strangle its target. Its body could roll rapidly, and as it rolled, it could generate an extremely terrifying force. If one was touched by it, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. As for the big spider's attack method, it could also spit venom. In addition, it could also attack with its 8 claws, which could stab and slash. It was very flexible and sharp, and its power was amazing. In terms of attack methods, the big spider was not as rich as the poisonous python, but it was also difficult to deal with because the 8 claws were very terrifying together. It was like dancing on the tip of a knife, and below the tip of the knife was a bottomless abyss. If one fell, there would be no corpse left. The excitement brought about by this kind of danger caused Chunzong to be in a state of nervous tension. His heartbeat was several times faster than usual, and his pure yang blood and qi surged like a torrent. His skin turned red, and his body temperature rapidly rose. His entire body seemed to be filled with an even greater power, and his fighting spirit was astonishing. However, the more it was like this, the calmer Chunzong's mind was, and the better he was in control of everything. In the sky, a saber claw slashed down fiercely, as if it was going to split the sky. Chunzong's body was also split, but it was only a residual shadow. Suddenly, the big spider bounced up from the ground and stretched out its 8 claws. It was like 8 peerless sabersmen were attacking Chunzong. 8 violent saber lights came like a storm, and also like 10,000 thunders. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of attacks, densely filling the surroundings. There was nowhere for Chunzong to dodge. He could only wave his 2 swords to resist. Each saber attack contained an extremely violent power. Hundreds of violent attacks made Chunzong's hands numb. The tyrannical power shook his body, and his bones and muscles were almost torn apart. However, Chunzong still tried his best to resist the thousands of attacks of the big spider. He felt that his hands were almost numb. The big spider fell to the ground. Behind him, the big poisonous python's tail was about to hit him fiercely. Chunzong, who had not recovered his strength, could not dodge. He made a prompt decision to activate the power of the pseudo-spiritual armor. The invisible power immediately covered Chunzong's whole body. At the same time, the python's tail hit him fiercely. There was a roar with the force of a landslide. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the defensive power of the pseudo-spiritual armor was shattered in an instant. The tail accurately bombarded Chunzong's back. Chunzong was sent flying hundreds of meters away like a meteor. The tyrannical power went through the armor and into Chunzong's body. If it were not for Chunzong's strong physique, he would have been smashed into pieces by this terrible blow. Even so, Chunzong did not feel good. He felt that the violent power was rampaging in his body, and it was about to break his bones and internal organs. Fortunately, Chunzong's physique was very strong. In addition, he activated the pseudo-spiritual armor's protective power in time. The power of the python's tail was weakened by more than half. After that, the inner armor's toughness also resisted most of the power. Chunzong mobilized his strength and focused his mind. He gathered the power that was violently colliding within his body as much as possible. Then, he gathered it together with a mouthful of blood and spat it out from his mouth. Chunzong felt his entire body relax. The Anisrava immemorial body quickly worked. The pure yang qi and blood gathered and circulated. Not only did it quickly restore Chunzong's strength, but it also healed his internal injuries. Chapter 345. What made Chunzong happy was that as the python's violent energy entered his body, Chunzong seemed to have unlocked something, even though it caused considerable damage to his bones, muscles, and internal organs. It allowed him to comprehend something. The characteristic of the great completion of strength refining was that the energy flowed through the entire body. As the name implied, every part of the body, every pore, and even every strand of hair could be reached by the internal energy. The energy flowed through the entire body, without leaving any gaps. It could reach the sky and the abyss. Chunzong also seemed to understand that the so-called zenith referred to the top of the head, which was also the weak point of the human body, where the brain was located. It was very fragile, and some external forces could cause it to be damaged, such as internal strength. As for the abyss, it referred to the center of the feet, which was the soles of the feet. The top of the head and the soles of the feet were connected to form a line, and the internal energy spread to every part of the body. This was the true great completion of strength refining. Understanding was one thing, but it was as if he knew, but he did not know how to do it. But now, Chunzong found a way, and that was to rely on external forces. However, this method was very dangerous. Again, Chunzong smiled. After reorganizing his energy, he charged toward the python and spider that were charging at him again. Fight, fight, fight! Chunzong did not try to dodge anymore. Instead, he simply met force with force. Again and again, he guided the violent energy into his body and wreaked havoc in his body. Not only did he not restrain it, but he also guided it to continuously impact his bones and muscles, even if it caused some damage. The pain in his body became more and more intense, but Chunzong did not care. It was as if the person who was suffering was not himself. Instead, under this kind of pain, his internal energy became more agile and vigorous. Some parts that were usually unable to be used were also taken care of. Chunzong did not know how Ding Xian broke through to the great completion of strength refining, but the process was definitely not enjoyable. Just like when he broke through to the great completion of Qi and Blood Realm, the feeling of being torn apart was still fresh in his memory. In order to reap great rewards, one had to endure the corresponding test. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The battle prowess of the giant venomous python and the giant spider was abnormally terrifying. Every time they unleashed their power, they would not consume much of it. Or rather, once they consumed any of it, they would be able to quickly recover by absorbing the thick miasma all around them. Chunzong was consuming more and more. Whether it was his internal force or mental strength, he had consumed more than 70% of it. However, Chunzong did not seem to notice it. He continued to burst out again and again, colliding head-on with the big poisonous python and the big spider. Chunzong couldn't fully control the raging power inside his body. Part of the power had caused great damage to his body. His skin seemed to have cracked, and blood was oozing out. The blood was as hot as the sun, emitting a scorching aura. It flowed all over Chunzong's body, making him look like a bloody man. The raging power was either guided or raging on its own. It kept attacking the corners of Chunzong's body, breaking open one place after another. The places where the internal force could not normally be controlled were all opened up. The human body was very mysterious. When a martial artist cultivated, his internal force would often have fixed route. It was precisely these routes that allowed the power of each cultivation method and martial arts to be truly unleashed. The mysteries of various cultivation methods and martial arts were also contained in these routes. The more advanced a cultivation method was, the more routes it involved. To put it bluntly, the more parts it could develop, the more powerful it would be. However, regardless of whether it was an inferior cultivation method or a supreme cultivation method, there was a limit. It could not cover the whole body. Even a supreme cultivation method could only develop 30% of the body. The remaining 70% could not be touched. The completion of the force training realm was to fully develop and apply the 70%. At this moment, Chunzong was going through this step. All the pain he was going through was for this step of metamorphosis. Madness. Madness for martial arts. Madness for swords. If the giant poisonous python and the giant spider were intelligent enough, they would be frightened by Chunzong's madness. Unfortunately, they were not. The poisonous insects in the poisonous fog valley were different from the monsters outside. For other monsters, the stronger they were, the more intelligent they were. However, the poisonous insects in the poisonous fog valley had been contaminated by the miasma for many years. They had become very poisonous, but their intelligence had not improved much. The giant poisonous python and the giant spider only had one goal, which was to kill Qinzong and eat him. This was a delicious meal. For this, they exploded with all their strength. However, with their simple intelligence, they could not understand why this human was so difficult to deal with. They could not kill him after so many attacks. Since the first attack was not enough, they would attack him twice. If that was not enough, they would attack him 3 times until he was killed. 90% of his mental strength and inner force had been consumed. There was only 10% left. However, Qinzong was extremely excited. His fighting spirit was soaring, and the sound of swords seemed to be overflowing from his body. Finally, his mental strength was completely exhausted. A strong sense of dizziness suddenly appeared. It swept over him like a flash flood. Qinzong's vision darkened, and his head became heavy. He felt as if he was walking on clouds. It was also as if he had drunk a lot of wine. He could not tell the direction, and it was accompanied by a strong sense of vomiting. At the same time, his inner force was almost exhausted. He only had time to activate the power of the pseudo-spiritual armor to protect himself. At the end of the line, the giant python's head hit Qinzong's chest fiercely. The terrifying power seemed to be able to collapse a mountain. With a cracking sound, the defensive power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor was smashed into pieces in an instant. Qinzong, who was in a daze, was completely unable to resist this attack. He was like a meteor that streaked across the sky as he flew into the distance. Extremely tyrannical and savage energy wreaked havoc within Qinzong's body, destroying his bones and muscles. Even his internal organs were being ravaged. Large amounts of blood seeped out from his cracked skin, dripping blood. It was a terrifying sight. With a boom, Qinzong flew thousands of meters away and fell to the ground. He smashed a deep pit. His bones and muscles were almost broken. He looked like he was lying in a pool of blood. He was exhaling more than he was inhaling. However, the ferocious power of that final attack had also unraveled everything in Qinzong's body in a wild and violent manner. At the moment when it was broken through, the chaotic heaven energy breaking force naturally circulated. Traces of inner force condensed on their own and then quickly circulated in his body to recover. With the circulation of inner force, he recovered at an amazing speed. At the same time, his heavy injuries were also healed little by little under the rapid recovery of inner force. Pure yang qi and blood flowed through his body, further enhancing the recovery of his injuries. His mental strength also recovered little by little. Qinzong gradually got rid of the strong sense of dizziness and unconsciousness. With a strong will, he quickly recovered his consciousness. As soon as he regained consciousness, Qinzong immediately took the initiative to control the circulation of his inner force. First, he circulated it according to the trajectory of the chaotic heaven energy breaking force. Then, he slowly left it and moved it to other places that he had never circulated before. There was no obstruction. His inner force continued to recover and became more vigorous. It filled every part of his body. Even the most subtle part of his body was infused with inner force. The inner force passed through his body and spread to the ends. Qinzong was intoxicated by the unprecedented feeling. Although he was seriously injured, Qinzong regained his ability to move. Moreover, his inner force recovered at an amazing speed. Perfection of the Force Training Realm. No, I haven't truly reached the perfection of the Force Training Realm. The true perfection of the Force Training Realm should have the inner force pass through the entire body and spread to the ends. Now, I've only achieved the inner force pass through the entire body and spread to the ends. As for reaching the ends and reaching the ends, I'm afraid that will take some time. I can only be considered as half a step into the perfection of the Force Training Realm. A distance of a few thousand meters was nothing to the giant venomous python and the giant spider. Qinzong's transformation was also completed in a short period of time. When the giant spider's sharp claws pierced through the earth and pierced through Qinzong, Chunzong's figure disappeared in an instant. At the moment when he was about to be stabbed, he dodged. Half a step into the perfection of the force training realm increased Chunzong's combat strength by a lot in an instant. He surpassed the two monsters and reached the level of a mid-stage 7-star. A strong feeling filled his body, as if he could cut a mountain in half with one sword. Chunzong's figure flashed and increased his speed. He appeared beside the giant venomous python and slashed down with both swords. The sword light was extremely violent. It even stimulated the power of the mountain beheading sword, causing the sword's power to increase exponentially. It was close to the combat strength of a late-stage 7-star. This sword seemed to be able to cut a mountain in half. It was unstoppable. The giant venomous python felt a chill run down its spine. Its body trembled as it instinctively felt that this sword was fatal. It immediately opened its snake scales and rolled its body rapidly. The air around it was pushed out, forming layers of waves that constantly rushed in all directions. The air pressure was shocking, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on it. As the giant venomous python's body rolled, a thick trench was created on the ground. The trench quickly spread out. However, all of this was nothing to Chunzong at this moment. His sword was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It was unstoppable. The mountain beheading sword directly cut open the giant venomous python's scales and slashed into its body. His internal force was turbulent, and his blood was boiling. He performed the infinite sword slash. The extremely powerful force accompanied every sword slash. As the giant venomous python's body rolled, it was cut in half. The giant venomous python's vitality was extremely tenacious. Even if it was cut in half, it did not die. The upper half of its body fiercely bit at Chunzong, while the lower half of its tail attacked again. However, it all missed. Chunzong, who used the power of the mountain beheading sword, had a combat strength close to that of a late-stage 7-star. It was even more terrifying. He completely crushed the giant venomous python's neck and cut it in half. Then, Chunzong slashed with both swords, shaking off all 8 of the giant spider's claws. The 2 swords went straight for the center of its body. It was as if he was going straight for the heart. Chapter 346. His body floated to the ground. Behind him, the giant spider, which was as big as a house, suddenly collapsed. There seemed to be a flash of sword light, and the spider was cut into 4 pieces. Please go here to read this book, accessed. With a twist of his wrists, the 2 swords brought out sword flowers, like a blooming flower. The dark green blood splashed out, not staining the slightest bit. The clanging sound was melodious and pleasing to the ear. Chunzong put the 2 swords back into their sheaths. Although his face was a little pale, there was a smile on his face. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. Previously, when the giant poisonous python and the giant spider worked together, they put him under great pressure and put him in a difficult situation. He was almost killed, but he seized the opportunity to make a breakthrough and successfully used external force to open up the inside of his body, allowing his internal force to reach every part of his body. The force spread throughout his body and spread to the ends of his body. This was a great breakthrough and a qualitative change. Chunzong did not need to control it. His powerful and sharp internal force flowed naturally in his body at a uniform speed like a river. It circled around his body, flowed to his limbs and bones, and flowed to every corner of his body. Chunzong's internal force recovered at an amazing speed. It did not take long for it to reach its peak, but the recovery of his mental strength was much slower. However, he did not feel a headache and could move normally. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stood where he was, allowing his mental strength to recover further. At the same time, he carefully felt the difference after the force spread throughout his body. It was not until his mental strength had completely recovered that Chunzong moved. He cut off the 8 claws of the giant spider and peeled off the skin of the giant poisonous python. After that, He took away the things on Yuxi's body. These were all trophies. Shenzong did not bring a fierce bow to the poisonous fog valley. Therefore, he already knew that the environment of the poisonous fog valley made it difficult for bows and arrows to exert much power. Whether it was the 8 claws of the giant spider or the skin of the giant poisonous python, their combined weight was amazing. However, Shenzong carried them on his back as if they were weightless. His body was amazingly light. He quickly moved forward and was about to leave the poisonous fog valley. The purpose of coming to the poison fog valley was to find an opportunity to break through. Now that he had broken through, there was no point in continuing to stay here. He might as well return to the Cloud Dragon Mansion in the 3 Ferocious City. The energy coursing through the entire body is only half a step away from attaining the great perfection of the Force Training Realm. I still need to go up to the heavens and down to the depths of the earth before I can truly attain the great perfection of the Force Training Realm. Shenzong displayed his body movement and flew through the air like a big bird. He did not enter the realm of enlightenment to borrow the power of heaven and earth. He did not need to land on the ground to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Instead, he kept flying forward and did not land until he was 600 meters away. Ding Xian was 500 meters, while Shenzong could reach 600 meters. In this aspect, Shenzong was much better than Ding Xian. Moreover, Shenzong had a feeling that this was not his limit. He had just broken through to the great perfection of the Force Training Realm, and there was still potential to be unlocked. Shenzong estimated that when he unlocked the potential of the great perfection of the Force Training Realm, his combat strength would increase to the late 7-star level, and not the mid 7-star level he was currently at. The difference between each small level of the 7-star level was much greater than that of the 6-star level. If it was Ding Xian, he would not be able to improve so much. This was because Shenzong had also reached the great perfection of the Force Training Realm when he was in the Qi and Blood Realm. Now, he had also reached the great perfection of the Force Training Realm. There was a connection between the two. As he left the Poison Fog Valley and headed towards the 3 Ferocious City, he thought about the various changes and improvements in his body. I must become stronger. The peak of the 6-star level is not enough. It is far from enough. Deep in the mountains, Ding Xian was very long. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. With the saber in his hand, scarlet blood dripped down. There were many corpses of monsters lying around. Each of the corpses still had a strong and violent aura. Shenzong, Nin Shuntian, Ding Xian's eyes were as sharp as a saber. It was as if he could see through the void and saw the figures of Shenzong and Nin Shuntian. There seemed to be a flash of saber light in his eyes. He was fierce and ruthless. I, Ding Xian, will repay the humiliation of that day by double. However, both of them have the combat strength of the peak of the 6-star level. If I want to defeat them, I must at least have the combat strength of the peak of the 6-star level. No, I must be stronger. I must reach the 7-star level to be able to crush them. Ding Xian's voice was like a deep roar of a beast. His face was full of unwillingness. He then laughed loudly. You don't know, do you? You all think that I have really reached the great perfection of the Force Training Realm. Ha ha. Actually, I have not. I have not completely reached the great perfection of the Force Training Realm. I only have one foot in it. In the past, I did not dare to take the next step. But now, I have no other choice. I must truly reach the great perfection of the Force Training Realm and have the combat strength of the 7-star level. Shenzong, Nin Shuntian, you two just wait. Wait for me, Ding Xian, to crush you too. Mingli, you will know when the time comes that I am your best choice. After Ding Xian was defeated by Nin Shuntian and saw Nin Shuntian being defeated by Shenzong, he left the capital city. He wanted to become stronger and wash away his humiliation. Of course, Shenzong did not think that it was a humiliation. It was just Ding Xian's wishful thinking. Shenzong did not know any of this. Carrying the spoils of war, Shenzong stepped into the gate of Sanxiong City. He immediately became the center of attention. It's him, Shenzong. He actually came back alive. Did Serene Thorn not make a move? As it turned out, as soon as Chunzong left Sanxiong City, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang spread the news. They let everyone in Sanxiong City know that they had paid a high price for Serene Thorn to assassinate Chunzong. Serene Thorn, in the eyes of a true martial realm martial artist, might be a good junior, but in the eyes of a force-training realm martial artist, he was like the Grim Reaper. As long as one's strength had not reached the true martial realm, death was the only way out for them if they were targeted by Serene Thorn. This was something that even the 5-star geniuses of the top forces could not refute. This was because there was once a genius who was killed by Serene Thorn. Therefore, many martial artists in Sanxiong City agreed that any force-training realm martial artist targeted by Serene Thorn would die in the end. This was true even for martial artists who were stronger than Serene Thorn. After all, Serene Thorn never fought head-on. Instead, he used his terrifying stealth and assassination techniques, coupled with his amazing patience, to find the best opportunity to kill with one strike. But now, Chunzong had appeared. He had stepped into Sanxiong City and appeared in front of everyone. Did this mean that Serene Thorn did not make a move? Or did Serene Thorn's assassination attempt fail? If it was the former, then it was nothing. After all, Chunzong was also very strong. Perhaps Serene Thorn had not found the best opportunity to strike. If it was the latter, then it was too shocking. However, those who knew Serene Thorn's way of doing things had a heavy expression. The news has been released, which means that Serene Thorn has made a move. In the past, Serene Thorn has successfully assassinated his target. But now, the target has appeared unharmed. I have a bad feeling. Could it be that the target is too strong this time, and Serene Thorn could not find a chance to strike, so he gave up temporarily? It's possible. This has already broken Serene Thorn's rules. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Moment. The Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang have released the news too early. Now that Chunzong has returned, he will soon know about this. At that time, he will be more careful and the assassination will be more difficult. Maybe Serene Thorn's 100% success rate will be broken in his hands. The Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang have suffered heavy losses. They can't wait to take revenge. Some people also stared at the 8 huge claws and a large bundle of python skin on Chunzong's back. The aura left on them terrified many people. That's the snake skin. The other one is the claw of an 8-clawed spider. Could it be that Chunzong entered the poison fog valley before? The python skin and claws are so big. I can imagine its owner's body must be very big. I heard that there is a snake king and a spider king in the poison fog valley. Could it be that the python skin is the snake king's skin and those claws are the spider king's claws? Impossible. It seems possible. If it's true, then Chunzong's combat power is higher than we expected. Under the gaze of many people, Chunzong walked to the Yunlong restaurant and stepped in. "Brother, you're back." Seeing Chunzong, Xiao Tai Chao seemed to be relieved. He smiled and said, "The Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang paid a high price for Serene Thorn to assassinate you. It's better for you to stay in the Yunlong restaurant for a while." Serene Thorn. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the person who followed him all the way to the Poison Fog Valley and found a chance to kill him, but was killed by him? "Brother Xia, I was assassinated in the Poison Fog Valley. This is the weapon used by the assassin." Chunzong took out Serene Thorn's ghost thorn. It was only about 30 centimeters long and as thick as a thumb. It was shaped like a triangular blade and had an extremely sharp tip. A cold light flashed, and it felt like it was piercing through one's eyes. One could vaguely see a faint green light flashing. It was highly toxic. "Ghost thorn," Xiao Tai Chao exclaimed. Serene Thorn was very famous in Triple Ferocious City. His weapon, Ghost Thorn, was also famous. Although there were many imitations, Xiao Tai Chao's intuition told him that this was the real Ghost Thorn. In other words, Serene Thorn had made his move but failed. Instead, he died under Chunzong's sword. "Ah, good." Xiao Tai Chao laughed loudly. This time, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang really went for wool and came home shorn. Their losses are even worse. Chunzong also smiled. He immediately took off the things on his back and let them fall to the ground, making a loud noise. "Brother, what are these?" Xiao Tai Chao stopped laughing. He pointed at those things and asked while looking at them carefully. "I killed a big poisonous python and a big spider in the poisonous fog valley and took them," Chunzong said with a smile. "I thought that they might be able to be sold for a good price, so I brought them back." Xiao Tai Chao touched them with his hand. After feeling them carefully, he smiled and said, "Valuable. Of course they are valuable. This big poisonous python and big spider are probably the Snake King and Spider King in the poisonous fog valley. The snake skin is very tough and can be made into soft armor, robes, and other things to better protect oneself. As for the spider claws, they're not only hard but also very sharp. They can be made into swords. Brother, if you trust me, I can help you deal with these things. I promise that I will make something useful for you," Xiao Tai Chao said with a smile. "Then I will have to trouble you, Brother Xia," Qinzong also said with a smile. In a chapter. Chapter 347. Think, was Serene Thorn really defeated? He was really defeated. The updates are so fast. The ghost thorn that Xiao Tai Chao took out was not one of those imitations. The ghost thorn made a move, but died at the hands of Qinzong. In a short time, all the tea houses and restaurants in Sanxiong City were discussing the same topic, which was Serene Thorn's failure to assassinate Qinzong. However, Serene Thorn would never let a third person see him kill Qinzong. Therefore, no one knew how Serene Thorn killed Qinzong. They could only guess. If Qinzong could kill Serene Thorn, then his combat ability is too terrifying. After all, assassination was different from a head-on battle. However, it was really terrifying to be able to resist the assassination and kill the opponent. Serene Thorn might not have been killed by Qinzong. However, someone had a different opinion. Seeing that many people were looking at him, he proudly explained, "You guys didn't notice, right?" When Qinzong returned to the Three Ferocious City, he was carrying the python skin and spider claws. Those could have been from the Snake King and Spider King in the Poison Fog Valley. Even if they weren't, they must have been from a very powerful poisonous snake or spider. He paused for a moment, took a sip of wine as if he was trying to sell himself, and spoke again. Therefore, Serene Thorn was definitely not killed by Qinzong. He was discovered by a powerful poisonous snake or spider and had a fight with them. In the end, he killed the snake and the spider, but he was also injured. Qinzong took advantage of the situation. After a round of analysis, everyone felt that it made some sense. In comparison, no one had seen the battle. Serene Thorn had left a deep impression in everyone's mind, while Qinzong was a newcomer. Soon, the rumor that Qinzong had taken advantage of the situation spread. With some people's help, it swept through the city. Qinzong also knew about this rumor. He didn't refute it. He knew the truth. Besides, it wasn't a big deal. Staying in the Cloud Dragon Mansion, Qinzong carefully meditated and tried his best to fully utilize the power he had gained after his breakthrough. Half a step into the great perfection of the Force Training Realm. His inner strength had broken through the limits of the Heaven Chaos Origin Breaching Force, allowing his inner strength to reach every part of his body. While comprehending it, one would also have to make a move in order to sense it and make adjustments accordingly. The Cloud Dragon Mansion wasn't small, and it also had a practice room. Inside the spacious training room, there was not a speck of dust. The floor was polished from hard gray steel rock and was as smooth as a mirror. It was extremely hard, and even a blood-chi realm martial artist would find it difficult to damage it. The surrounding walls were also made from gray steel rock, but they were smeared with a layer of molten iron to further increase their hardness. Please go here to read a book. The attacks of a normal force training realm martial artist would at most leave some marks on the surface. It would be difficult to cause any obvious damage. In the center, there was a fine steel pile that was as tall as a person. It was shaped like a human, making it easier to practice. Qinzong stood in front of the fine steel pile. He did not draw his sword, nor did he use any martial arts techniques. He simply channeled his inner strength and threw a punch. The punch seemed slow and light, but it suddenly produced the momentum of a dragon emerging from the water. With a bang, Chunzong's fist landed on the fine steel pile. However, it only made a slight contact before retracting it instantly. It was as if he had withdrawn his fist immediately. However, there was still a clear imprint of his fist left on the fine steel pile. Chunzong did not use the strength of his physique for this punch. He only used a small amount of his inner strength to push it out. His goal was to dig out the potential of his inner strength so that he could unleash the most tyrannical power possible. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Every time he attacked, he would use his fist, his palm, or his fingers. There are different ways of attacking and different ways of channeling his inner strength. There were many martial arts techniques for martial artists. There were palm techniques, fist techniques, finger techniques, and so on. Each of them had a different way of channeling their inner strength. The trajectories were special, so some martial arts techniques were contradictory. For example, if you practiced one martial art technique, you would not be able to practice another martial art technique. This was because the trajectories of the inner strength would affect each other and cause harm to yourself. However, Chunzong did not. His body had been completely opened up, and his inner strength had filled every part of his body. Even the tiniest part of his body could be channeled. In this case, Chunzong could channel his inner strength however he wanted. Even if he channeled all of his inner strength directly, he could still unleash a tyrannical power. However, this cannot be done. Although channeling all of his inner strength was very powerful, it was a barbaric method. This was different from the sword theory that Chunzong had always followed. For a long time, whether it was cultivation or fighting, Chunzong had always paid attention to the best way of channeling his inner strength to unleash the most powerful power in the most effortless way. Today, he had to do the same. He had to precisely and accurately control every bit of his inner strength. After stopping, Chunzong pondered quietly. His breathing became extremely long, but between each breath, there seemed to be the sound of wind blowing in the enclosed training room. After a while, Chunzong opened his eyes. There was no light in his eyes. His clear eyes were like the surface of a still lake, reflecting the fine steel pile in front of him. Then his body disappeared, but he suddenly moved. His entire body seemed to have been stirred up by a storm, or as if he had transformed into a gust of wind, attacking around the fine steel pile. Like a storm, his fists, feet, and even every part of his body had become a fierce weapon. This fine steel pile was refined with a special method. Its hardness was at the level of magical iron. However, under Chunzong's bombardment, it was constantly dented and deformed. Moreover, each of Chunzong's attacks contained a strong inner strength. The inner strength did not leak out, but highly condensed in every part of Chunzong's body. In the last attack, Chunzong's body was like a meteorite falling from the sky, fiercely bombarding the fine steel pile. The fine steel pile could no longer support itself. With a cracking sound, it broke into two parts. One part was still fixed on the ground and bent to the side, while the other part flew out like a meteorite. It fiercely hit the wall and directly blasted into it. With a boom, the entire training room was shaking. This is the feeling. Chunzong paused, as if he was not stained with a trace of smoke and fire. He stood there and said to himself, his eyes were bright and wise. This is the feeling. Chunzong fully utilized his inner strength, circulating it to every part of his body. Not a bit of it leaked out. It was highly condensed around Chunzong's body, and then it vibrated. Under Chunzong's control, it exploded with the strongest power. However, it's not enough. I haven't fully released my potential. With that, Chunzong continued to cultivate diligently. 3 people came to the Cloud Dragon restaurant. They looked quite young, no more than 20 years old. There were 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was strong and looked like a wild bear. He was incomparably strong and exuded a shocking aura. It was as if he could break a city wall with one punch. The other one, on the other hand, was skinny and looked extremely vigorous. The last one was a woman, cold and beautiful. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Her face and graceful figure were enchanting. What are you three doing here? Xiao Tai Chao obviously recognized the three people. He sat on a chair and asked casually, "We're here to find Chun Zong," the strong young man said with a strong voice. "I heard that Chun Zong killed UCI. Not bad. He's worthy of my challenge." The thin young man's voice was sharp. The woman just smiled and did not say anything. "Oh, you three are here to challenge Chun Zong." Xiao Tai Chao suddenly understood, but he still said calmly, "5-star battle strength is still too weak to challenge Chun Zong. Go back." "Senior Xia, Chun Zong's battle strength is also 5-star battle strength, right?" The strong young man looked calm. "It's Chun Zong's honor that I can challenge him." The thin young man showed a hint of anger, and his voice became sharper. "Senior Xia, we're looking forward to fighting the geniuses of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty." The enchanting woman smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll give you a chance to challenge Chun Zong." Xiao Tai Chao smiled. The three young men in front of him were the geniuses cultivated by the three top forces in Triple Ferocity City. Each of them had 5-star battle strength. The strong-looking young man came from the gate of Giant Axe, the skinny young man came from the gate of Black Light, and the seductive woman came from the gate of Shadow Mist. Chun Zong is now in seclusion. I'll tell him that you three want to challenge him." Xiao Tai Chao was still sitting on the chair. 3 5-star battle strength was not worthy of his attention. After all, it was still a long way to go from 5-star battle strength to 4-star battle strength of the true martial realm. No matter how fast they were, it would take more than 10 years, and they could be killed along the way. As for you three, go back and prepare. In 7 days, you'll fight Chun Zong in the center of Triple Ferocity City, Xiao Tai Chao said with a smile. The three young men's faces suddenly changed. Originally, it was their own idea to challenge Chun Zong. Of course, it was also tacitly approved by the higher-ups. However, this kind of challenge was considered a small-scale challenge. Xiao Tai Chao, on the other hand, wanted to expand this challenge so that everyone in Three Ferocious City could see it. The meaning was different. However, Xiao Tai Chao's decision was not something they could refute. They could only take Xiao Tai Chao's words back and make a decision. Even if the three young men were dissatisfied, they did not dare to be rude to Xiao Tai Chao. They all saluted and turned to leave. Looking at the backs of the three young men, Xiao Tai Chao could not help but smile. It was not easy to challenge Chun Zong. He had to expand this matter to further strengthen Chun Zong's reputation and at the same time expand the influence of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. The reason why he did not ask Chun Zong was that Xiao Tai Chao knew that Chun Zong would not refuse. In the practice room, Chun Zong was still practicing. He was doing his best to perfect his body. He was using every bit of internal strength in his body to the extreme to release the most tyrannical power. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Chun Zong had also finished his cultivation. When he exhaled, it was as if a gust of wind had blown past him. His entire body trembled slightly, and his sweat shot out like bullets, hitting the surrounding walls with a splattering sound. Stepping out of the practice room and past Chun Zong's back, one could vaguely see that the walls of the practice room were all dented and broken, and the hard ground was also covered with countless cracks. It looked as if there was an extremely horrifying and violent beast wreaking havoc in it. It was a ghastly sight. End of chapter. Chapter 348. Dominator of the Six Realms went back to his hometown to move bricks. Xiao Tai Chao really has a good idea. He wants to use this opportunity to increase Chun Zong's reputation and expand the influence of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty in Triple Ferocious City. An elder of the Giant Axe sect laughed. There was no lack of wise people among the various forces who could clearly see Xiao Tai Chao's purpose. There are two sides to everything. Xiao Tai Chao wants to expand his reputation, but so do we. The sect master of the Giant Axe sect was very strong. He carried a giant axe on his back as he sat on the main seat. The aura he exuded was as heavy as a mountain and contained a trace of violence, making it difficult for people to breathe. He gave people the impression that the sect master of the giant axe sect was a person with muscles in his head. He was a person who would solve everything with brute force. However, that was not the case. He looked very strong and was actually very strong. However, he was also very wise. Sect master, you mean? The elders under him looked at him one after another. Do it. Not only do we have to do it, we have to do it on a grand scale and let more geniuses participate. The sect master of the giant axe sect's voice was as loud as a bell and contained amazing power. His battle strength was much higher than Xia Tietchao's. Either we don't do it, or we do it on a grand scale. The sect master of the black light sect laughed. The three sect masters had the same understanding and had a faint tacit understanding. This tacit understanding came from years of being opponents. There are more than just 5-star geniuses in our sect. The sect master of the Shadow Mist sect secretly laughed. Since they had decided to do it on a grand scale, the news naturally spread that the 3 first-rate forces would be in charge. It was originally Xia Tietchao's idea, but now it was reversed. Xia Tietchao did not care about this. If the 3 first-rate forces wanted to make the decision, then so be it. When the time came, they would know how wrong their actions were. In 7 days, there will be a genius competition. Is this for real? This kind of competition has never been held before. Why would the 3 first-rate forces suddenly hold such a genius competition? When the news spread, the martial artists in Triple Ferocious City were shocked. It was too sudden. After the shock, they became excited because the 3 first-rate forces had announced the prize for the genius competition. It was very attractive, especially the first place, which was a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Countless people were excited. Martial artists existed in the world for fame and fortune. It was everyone's nature to seek fame and fortune. If he won, he would be rewarded handsomely. That was profit. He wanted his name to spread throughout 3 Ferocious City and even the 3 dynasties. He wanted the history of 3 Ferocious City to remember his name and let future generations hear of his legend. That was to become famous. The genius competition. This is prepared for me. I want to participate. I will participate and get a good ranking. In Ferocious 3 City, the Qi refining realm warriors who considered themselves to be geniuses were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms as they waited for the genius competition to begin. However, before that, they still needed to further hone themselves and increase their strength as much as possible in a short period of time. At the very least, they needed to be in their peak condition to accept the challenge. No one would be arrogant enough to think that they could sweep through everything. Changfeng, you've come at the right time. Defeat all the geniuses in the 3 Ferocious City, defeat Qinzhong, and take first place. Spread the name of our Silver Light dynasty. The Silver Light envoy said to a young man sitting in front of him. The ends of this young man's hair gradually turned from black to light silver. He looked very strange. His face was cold and his eyes were cold. His face was cold and his face was cold. Uncle Zheng, don't worry. No matter who it is, they will be defeated by my spear. Qi Changfeng's voice was as cold as the north wind. He was the number 1 Qi refining realm warrior in the Silver Light dynasty, Qi Changfeng. That day, he had also been defeated by an Enshun Tian blade. He felt ashamed and came to the 3 Ferocious City to gain experience and seek a breakthrough. In the 9 Eagle Hall, coincidentally, the number 1 Qi refining realm warrior in the 9 Eagle dynasty was Xiao Mingjin. Xiao Mingjin was dressed in tight clothes, and his slightly chubby face had a trace of smile. He gave people the feeling that he was born with a smiling face. It was easy for people to have a good impression of him. The genius competition? I didn't expect to encounter such a fun thing the moment I arrived. Xiao Mingjin chuckled when he heard the news. Since it's like this, then let me become famous in 3 Ferocious City. Hearing Xiao Mingjin's words, the 9 Eagle Messenger smiled. A genius without confidence would eventually become mediocre. A true genius would not think that he was inferior to anyone. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would strive to catch up and surpass them. Brother, this is for you. Xiao Taichao handed an invitation to Zong, who had just walked out of the training room. An invitation to the genius competition? Zong was confused. Xiao Taichao explained the situation to Zong, and Zong was enlightened. Brother, I acted on my own accord. You won't blame me, right? Xiao Taichao said apologetically. No, Brother Xia just happened to send a group of people for me to practice. I couldn't ask for more. Zong smiled. This was the truth. Recently, he had been studying the strength of a half-step to the peak of the Qi refining realm. He strived to unleash 100% of his strength. His progress was obvious, but there was still a gap to 100%. The control of strength was usually fast in the early stages, but it became more difficult in the later stages. Back then, Ding Xian's combat strength had increased slightly, from the late stage of the 6-star realm to the peak of the 6-star realm. It was only after a long period of consolidation that he was able to grasp 100% of the strength of a half-step to the peak of the Qi refining realm. It was also because of this that Ding Xian dared to take the risk and try to break through to the peak of the Qi refining realm. Otherwise, if he tried to break through without 100% control of his strength, it would be no different from seeking death. The final stage of the training would be more difficult. If he had an opponent, he might be able to break through faster. However, for someone with Zong's combat strength, it was very difficult to find a suitable opponent. After all, among the Qi refining realm, Zong was the only one who had reached the 7-star realm. As for the True Force realm, they were too strong and were not suitable. The genius competition this time came at the right time. Zong did not have to deliberately look for an opponent. After learning about the genius competition, Zong committed it to memory and immersed himself in cultivation again. He did not let go of a single moment. He tried his best to use every minute and every second to improve himself. Only by accumulating strength could he achieve great results. Every day, the topic of the genius competition could be heard everywhere. It did not die down with the passage of time. Instead, it became more and more popular. On the 7th day, the genius competition began. When the sun rose, the 3 ferocious city had already woken up from its deep sleep. Under the morning light, it revealed a fierce and barbaric aura. Humph, Zong, this time, not only will I defeat you, but I will also take first place in the genius competition. The 5-star, strong young man of the giant axe sect changed into a set of martial attire and carried the small, earth-splitting axe on his back. He pushed open the door and faced the golden-red sunlight that was full of vitality. His face was full of fighting spirit, and he walked out with a majestic gait. At the same time, in the Blacklight sect and the Shadow Mist sect, the thin young man and the enchanting woman with 5-star battle strength also set out. Today was the genius competition. It was also a competition between many geniuses. The winner and the loser would be determined. The winner would naturally reach the top and be remembered by countless people. The loser would be eliminated in the long river of history. The genius competition? Interesting. I hope I can meet an opponent who can satisfy me. The genius competition? Haha, it's good to watch. Different people had different thoughts, but many people set out as early as possible and hurried to where the genius competition was held. In the center of the 3 ferocious city was a huge circular square. The ground of the square was paved with brown stone slabs, each of which was a few meters in size. They were arranged in a neat pattern. When Zong, Xiao Taichao, and a group of Yunlong Guard arrived, there were already many people gathered there. There were at least thousands of them. Every one of them was at least a warrior in the Qi refining realm. Naturally, the aura they emitted was very strong. It mixed together and filled the area, chaotic and vast. However, this did not affect Zong and the others. In 7 days, the 3 first-rate forces had already mobilized their manpower and resources to build a battle platform in the center of the square. The name of this stage was very simple as well. It was called the 3 Ferocious Battle Stage. A huge silver stone tablet was erected beside it. There were 4 blood-red words written on it. It was the three ferocious battle stage. As for the back of the platform, it was empty and smooth. The three ferocious battle platform was very strange. It was triangular. There were three huge blood-red pillars with carvings of hundreds of beasts on them. It's a bit simple, Xiao Taichao said. His voice was neither loud nor soft. But this is only the first genius competition. It's a bit rushed, but it's understandable. That was the truth. The three five-star geniuses cultivated by the three first-rate forces wanted to challenge Qinzhou. They wanted to step on Qinzhou and become famous in the three ferocious city and the three dynasties. However, Xiao Taichao turned the tables, and the three forces turned the tables again. 7 days was a short time. It was already very good to be able to do this. If this year's event was held well, the next one would be even more well-prepared and perfect. Then, the Silver Light Messenger and the Nine Eagle Messenger arrived with the Silver Light Messenger and the Nine Eagle Messenger. There were two young men accompanying them. One of them looked very cold. He carried two weapons on his back that could be combined into a long spear. The tip of his hair was light silver. It was very strange and left a deep impression on people. The young man accompanying the Nine Eagle Messenger had a chubby face. He had a big smile on his face, as if he was greeting everyone. However, it seemed that he didn't carry any weapons. The cold young man and the chubby young man looked at Qinzhou's face at the same time. Light shot out from their eyes, as if they wanted to see through Qinzhou. "You're Qinzhou. I'll defeat you with my own hands." Qi Chongfeng's voice was as cold as the north wind, and as sharp as the tip of a spear. "Hello, Brother Chun. I'm Xiao Mingjin." Xiao Mingjin greeted him with a smile. "I heard that you defeated Nin Shuntian. You're really strong. I'm looking forward to fighting with you." "Okay." Qinzhou nodded. He wasn't afraid at all. These two people's auras weren't weak. Maybe they could give him some training. Chapter 349. The sun was rising and the light was like a sword, covering the entire Sanxiong city. "I'm Hui Ziyue. I'm quite famous in Sanxiong city," said an old man with a goatee. His eyes were twinkling as he smiled. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. His precise control of power was astonishing. Hui Ziyue doesn't belong to any group. He's a lone wolf. He had a fortuitous encounter in his early years. He's at the peak of the 9th true martial realm, but he's at the peak of the 4-star level. He's even able to survive against a 5-star cultivator. He's quite famous in Sanxiong City, said Xiao Taichao to Qinzhou. "I'm very honored to be invited to host the first genius competition." Huiziyu stroked his goatee and smiled. "There are many geniuses participating in this year's competition. I believe that we can leave a mark in the history of the three ferocious city and make a precedent for the following competitions. Our names will go down in history." Hui Ziyue wasn't young anymore. He had already used up all his potential. Even if he had some fortuitous encounters, he couldn't advance any further. He only wanted fame. He didn't care about ordinary fame anymore. He just wanted to leave a mark in the history of Sanxiong City. As the host of the first genius competition, if he performed well enough, his name as the host would be remembered as well. "Everyone, please look." Hui Ziyue pointed at the huge stone tablet next to the battle platform. "That's the Sanxiong battle tablet. There's nothing on the back. It's reserved." Everyone was curious about what reserved. Hui Ziyue explained again. "The names of the 5 finalists of this year's competition will be engraved on the 3 Perils battle tablet according to their ranking, so that future generations can see and remember them. The name of the first place is the biggest, and so on. The name of the 5th place is the smallest." Many people's eyes lit up when they heard Hui Ziyue's explanation. Their breathing became rapid. This was something they had never thought of. Fame meant fame. It wasn't just fame, it was fame that would leave a mark in the history of Sanxiong City. The 3 ferocious city belonged to the 3 dynasties, but every year, many geniuses from the 3 dynasties would come here to train. If they saw the names on the monument, they would definitely remember them. When they returned to their respective dynasties, it was very likely that they would spread the news of what they had seen here. Imperceptibly, the names on the monument would be remembered by more people. It would even attract more people to visit Triple Ferocious City and personally participate in the competition, making it better and better. I believe everyone can understand the meaning of this, so this old man won't say too much. Huiziwe smiled and said, "Now, this old man will explain the method of the first genius competition to everyone." Everyone listened attentively. In this year's genius competition, 5 seats will be given to 5 geniuses. Huiziwe pointed to 5 tall and wide seats on one side. Each seat was carefully cast, with slightly different colors and styles. From left to right, the first seat on the left gave people a feeling of grandeur, like the seat of a king. The second seat was very similar to the first one, but if one looked closely, one could still distinguish some differences. It was these differences that made the second seat seem to be second only to a king. The third, fourth, and fifth seats were all different. The 5 seats this year are Qing Chun, Chun Zong, Wu Zisu, Lin Kuei, and Lung Ning. Please take your seats. Wu Ziyu said. Qing Chun was the young man in green who had looked at Chun Zong. Wu Zisu was the muscular young man from the Giant Axe sect. Lin Kuei was the skinny young man from the Blacklight sect. Lung Ning was the enchanting woman from the Shadow Mist sect. Qing Chun sat in the first seat. Many people were secretly surprised because almost no one had heard of his name before. Very few people knew about his cultivation and battle prowess. However, to be able to sit in the first seat, his battle prowess was definitely not weak. As for Chun Zong, the people of the 3 ferocious city were quite familiar with him. He had been in the limelight recently. The last 3 were the geniuses who were carefully nurtured by the 3 first-rate forces. Their battle prowess was also extraordinary. Most people were convinced, but there were also some who were not. I, Qi Changfeng, am not convinced by this arrangement. The genius of the Silver Light dynasty, Qi Changfeng, took a step forward. His cold voice swept across the area like a spear wind. "Little friend, why are you not convinced?" Huiziwe asked with a smile. He looked very gentle without any arrogance. "Those 3 are not qualified to sit in the first seat." Qi Changfeng pointed at Wu Zisu and the other 2 with a cold smile on his face, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Immediately, Wu Zisu and the other 2's expressions changed drastically, especially the bad-tempered Lin Quan. Killing intent filled his eyes. "Since Changfeng is not convinced, why don't we have a battle to determine the 5 seats?" The Silver Light envoy said with a smile. Huiziwe looked at the 3 first-rate forces, where the 3 patriarchs were. The 3 patriarchs nodded in unison. "Fine. Since you're not convinced, you can choose one to challenge. If you defeat him, you will be ranked in the first 5 seats." Huiziwe said, "I'll teach him a lesson." Lin Kuei stood up and hooked his finger at Qi Changfeng. His face was full of contempt. "Come, I'll let you know what it means to be powerful. With just you." Qi Changfeng smiled contemptuously. He was a very arrogant person. Not only was he arrogant in his bones, but he was also arrogant on the surface. His contemptuous expression and tone made Lin Kuei furious. Lin Kuei's figure flashed, and he turned into a shadow. He was extremely fast and rushed towards Qi Changfeng. His hands touched his waist, and he pulled out a pair of black daggers. He cut through the air and brought out 2 faint white streaks. He stabbed towards Qi Changfeng in a strange way from his blind spot. This attack was merciless, and he fully displayed his 5-star battle prowess. However, Qi Changfeng did not move, nor did he pull out the weapon on his back. He only had a faint smile on his face. The contempt in his smile was very clear. Lin Kuei became more and more furious. Just as Lin Kuei's daggers were about to pierce Qi Changfeng's body, Qi Changfeng moved. He flicked his finger, and a dazzling silver light burst out. It was like a silver spear piercing through the sky. It was extremely sharp and indomitable, as if nothing could stop it. It seemed to be slow, but it was actually fast. The finger pierced through the void like a spear and touched the tip of the 2 daggers almost at the same time. There seemed to be a sound of metal clashing. Lin Kuei's face suddenly changed. He only felt two irresistible forces rushing towards him through the daggers. In an instant, his chi and blood dissipated. Then, the internal force in his body was also destroyed. His body trembled unconsciously as if he had lost all resistance. With a boom, Lin Kuei was sent flying. He flew over the seats at an even faster speed and landed in the distance. On the side of the Blacklight sect, an elder gently waved his sleeve and a gentle force spread out. He supported Lin Kuei's body and landed safely. Lin Kuei's face was pale. On one hand, it was because his body had been damaged by a powerful force. On the other hand, it was because he was shocked. He never thought that this person's battle strength would be so terrifying. Without using a weapon, he defeated him with just a finger and injured him. This kind of battle strength was definitely not at the level of a 5-star. 6-star battle strength? Among the crowd, several people's eyes flashed. Qing Chun, who was in the first seat, also looked at Qi Changfeng. Since little friend has defeated Lin Kuei, you can take his seat, Hui Ziyu said, but his heart was filled with shock. Qi Changfeng didn't say a word. He leaped into the air like a long spear and landed on the seat. Wu Zissou and Lung Ning had extremely heavy expressions on their faces. Initially, they'd thought that with their 5-star battle prowess, they'd be able to defend their seats without any problems. Who would have thought that before the competition had even begun, such a terrifying character would appear? All right, is there anyone else who has any objections? If there are no objections, the competition will start now. Hui Ziyue's gaze swept across the crowd and said slowly, "Yes." Xiao Mingjin suddenly spoke up. "I also want a seat. Then you can challenge him." Hui Ziyue said after a slight pause. "Okay." Xiao Mingjin laughed and glanced at him. "Under normal circumstances, I don't fight with women, so I choose you." As he spoke, Xiao Mingjin pointed at Wu Zissou. Wu Zissou stood up with a gloomy expression, and his body was suffused with a dense and heavy fluctuation of aura. The incident with Lin Kuang from before allowed Wu Zissou and the others to realize that the genius competition this year would probably not be as simple as they'd thought. There would be many variables that would appear, so they had to prepare with all their might. Wu Zissou unsheathed the earth-splitting axe on his back. A tyrannical aura spread out. "Take my axe." With a shout, Wu Zissou's legs exerted force. With a boom, his entire body soared into the sky, drawing an arc in the air. It was like a thunderbolt ruthlessly chopping down. The light from this axe was so strong that people couldn't look at it directly. It was as if it could split the earth. Xiao Mingjin was right under the huge axe. He raised his head and narrowed his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. The moment the huge axe chopped down, Xiao Mingjin moved. He also didn't use a weapon. He poured his powerful internal strength into his palm and slapped toward the sky. The wind from his palm whistled and turned into a roaring sound. His palm seemed to expand in the wind. It quickly became the size of a millstone. As it rotated slightly, it emitted a horrifying aura. Another 6-star warrior. The genuine martial realm experts from the 3 top forces were all surprised. Under Xiao Mingjin's palm, the light of the giant axe that was chopping down was directly shattered. Wu Zissou could clearly feel an extremely tyrannical power that was unstoppable as it bombarded him. It passed through the small earth-splitting axe and directly bombarded his body. Crack, crack. His bones seemed to have broken under the horrifying power of that palm. His internal strength collapsed, and his chi and blood surged. Wu Zissou was thrown into the air. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He had already suffered internal injuries. He fell into the distance and was caught by the elders of the huge axe sect. His injuries didn't worsen, but his whole body was sore and uncomfortable. He was extremely shocked. Chapter 350. Originally, there were 24 participants in the first round of the competition, but suddenly, 3 more people joined the ranks. These 3 people seemed to be from the 3 major powers and didn't attract much attention. But if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that the eyes of Wu Zissou, Lin Gong, and Lung Ning flashed with a hint of fear. It was as though they knew who these three people were. Lung Ning was still seated in the top 5. As for Wu Zissou and Lin Gong, because they were defeated, they replaced Qi Changfeng and Xiao Mingjin, becoming one of the 27 participants. This was only the first round of the competition, and it was a sudden idea. The preparation time was too short, and the competition was too hasty. Hence, there were still many imperfections. The competition format was a free-for-all. The 27 participants fought in a free-for-all, and the remaining 5 would become the top 5 of the competition. Each of these 5 would have a chance to challenge one of the 5 participants. If they won, they would be one of the 5 participants. If they lost, they would have no chance to be one of the 5 participants. One by one, the participants stepped onto the platform, a total of 27 participants. Begin. Hui Ziyue commanded. The 27 participants reacted quickly and began to move. Wu Zissou and Lin Gong were in the crowd. Many people intentionally avoided them, choosing to attack the others instead. Regardless of Wu Zissou or Lin Gong, both of them had a 5-star battle prowess. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to become one of the top 5 participants. Kill. Scram. Get down from here. I'm on the top 5. Following the attacks, all sorts of cheers rang out. But there were also some who remained silent, not uttering a single word. The 5 participants in the top 5 stared at the battles taking place on the platform, as though they were looking down on them from a higher position. Among the 20-plus people, the final 5 would emerge. These 5 would be the people who would challenge them. Naturally, they had to take a good look to see if there were any hidden experts among them. As for Wu Zissou and Lin Gong, other than Lung Ning, they didn't place anyone else in their eyes. After observing for a while, Chun Zong's gaze locked onto 3 of the participants. Although the 3 of them tried their best to conceal their strength, the minute details couldn't escape Chun Zong's eyes. The first one was a young man in white robes. He had a calm look on his face. When he attacked, it was as if there was no smoke or fire. He easily sent his opponent flying without attracting any attention. The second one was a black-clothed young man. His face was cold, and his body was surrounded by a cold aura. His attacks were very ruthless, and his legs were as sharp as blades. Under the bombardment, anyone who was hit would be sent flying and would definitely vomit blood. The third person was a woman. She wore a robe made of 100 flowers, and the fragrance of illusions danced in the air. She was as graceful as a butterfly, and her figure was extremely beautiful. She was the most eye-catching among the 3, and also the most eye-catching among the crowd. When she attacked, people would usually lose before they even realized it. The combat strength of these 3 people might not be lower than 6-star, Chun Zong said to himself. Looks like this genius competition won't be a waste of time. Whether it was Qi Changfeng, Xiao Mingjin, the 3 people he had observed earlier, or the mysterious Qing Chun sitting in the first seat, they could all become his whetstone. The battle strength of the 3 of them is not bad. A voice suddenly sounded. Chun Zong saw a trace of a smile on the corner of Qing Chen's mouth. He had also noticed the 3 people. Indeed, Chun Zong nodded. However, I'm looking forward to fighting with you the most. Qing Chen changed the topic and said, Same to you. Chun Zong smiled. The 3 people seemed to be deliberately avoiding each other. They did not attack Wu Zissou and Lin Kuang. As for the others, they were all sent flying and fell off the stage. Not long after, there were only 5 people left on the stage. They were the top 5. It's too fast. It can't be helped. After all, it's the first time. It's not perfect. Congratulations to the 5 of you for becoming the top 5. You're qualified to challenge the 5 seats. Hui Ziyue smiled. So, who will challenge first? I'll go first. Lin Kuang was humiliated after being defeated by Qi Changfeng. He was eager to take back his seat. As soon as he opened his mouth, Wu Zissou closed his mouth and did not compete with him. The other 3 people did not have the slightest intention of snatching. May I ask which seat you want to challenge? Hui Ziyue asked. Lin Kuang's gaze swept over the 5 people in the 5 seats. Lung Ning? No, Lung Ning's combat prowess was also at the 5-star level, not any weaker than him. Speaking of which, he didn't have 100% confidence that he could defeat her. Not only that, his relationship with Lung Ning could be considered good. There was no need for him to benefit others. But of course, if Lung Ning was defeated by someone else, it would have nothing to do with him. As for Qi Changfeng, his combat prowess was extremely tyrannical. He wasn't a match for him. That Xiaoming Jin could defeat Wu Zixu with a single palm strike, so he wasn't a match for him either. The only ones left were Chun Zong and Qing Chun. He didn't know where Qing Chun came from, but he should be quite strong as well. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Kuang made his decision. He pointed at Chun Zong. His initial goal was to challenge Chun Zong. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. Your seat is mine. The pitch-black dagger in Lin Kuang's hand spun nimbly between his fingers. Lin Kuang had a cold smile on his face. One must know their own limits. Chun Zong unhurriedly replied as he slowly stood up. 5-star combat prowess, in his opinion, was simply too weak. Even if he hadn't entered the Enlightenment realm and was able to utilize the energy of heaven and earth, he still wouldn't be a match for Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang seemed to be enraged. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. His silhouette flickered, and like a gust of wind, he rushed towards Chun Zong. A pitch-black long dagger and a pitch-black thin dagger danced in the air, like a butterfly fluttering through flowers. Up and down, left and right, their trajectories were difficult to discern, causing one's eyes to be dazzled. If one looked at them for too long, they would feel dizzy. The moment he approached Chun Zong, Lin Kuang's silhouette suddenly trembled. He turned into 3 shadows and silently attacked from 3 directions. His 6 daggers stabbed towards Chun Zong from 3 different angles, showing no mercy. When he attacked Qi Changfeng earlier, Lin Kuang did not use his full strength. Of course, he used at least 80% of his strength. Now that he attacked Chun Zong, he directly exploded with 100% of his strength, wanting to defeat Chun Zong in one fell swoop. Everyone widened their eyes. Lin Kuang's move wasn't easy to deal with, unless there was a clear gap between their combat prowess. Chun Zong stood still as if he had been standing there since ancient times. He let the 3 shadows that Lin Kuang turned into surround him, as if he couldn't react in time. Xia Tai Chao, on the other hand, was unperturbed. Is he scared out of his wits? It seems that he really didn't kill you, Ci. Just as Lin Kuang's 6 daggers were about to stab Chun Zong moved. He didn't draw his sword. He just used his finger as a sword and casually swiped it. It was like a child scribbling with a brush, but there was an indescribable mystery to it. Qing Chun, who had been staring at Chun Zong, suddenly brightened his eyes. The warriors in the real martial arts realm were also surprised. That finger technique, no, that sword technique was so mysterious. With one finger, Lin Kuang's 6 daggers were all repelled. Immediately, Chun Zong used the 2nd finger and pointed at one of the shadows. Lin Kuang was shocked. He turned into 3 shadows, 1 real and 2 fake, but they looked exactly the same. Even the fluctuation of their breath was exactly the same. It was difficult to distinguish the real one from the fake. His opponent actually found the real one and attacked him. Was it a fluke? There was no time to think. Chun Zong's finger had already reached him. In Lin Kuang's eyes, it seemed to have turned into a peerless sword light that could not be avoided. The 2 daggers danced wildly and intersected in front of him to form a black light ball. Inside the light ball, the daggers were constantly cutting, as if they could crush everything. Lin Kuang felt that if Chun Zong's finger came into contact with it, he would at least be injured, if not crushed. The chaotic heaven energy seemed to be everywhere. It completely covered the whole finger like an armor. No matter how hard the 2 daggers tried to strangle it, it did not move at all. Chun Zong touched Lin Kuang's chest gently. The chaotic heaven energy changed in an instant. It changed from sharp sword to a huge hammer and directly bombarded. With a bang, Lin Kuei trembled violently as if she had been struck by lightning. She was sent flying several dozen meters away without being able to put up any resistance at all. In an instant, Lin Kuang felt as if his chest had been smashed and his heart was about to stop beating. The shadow of death covered his whole body. He vaguely saw the messenger of death throwing chains at him. Fortunately, it was only an illusion. After flying back dozens of meters, Lin Kuang landed on the ground. He retreated 7 steps before stabilizing himself. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, defeated. He was actually defeated so easily. Qing Chun was stunned for a moment. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. Qi Changfeng and Xiao Mingjin seemed to have expected this. Their expressions did not change, but their gazes landed on Chun Zong at the same time. Their eyes were filled with a terrifying battle intent. Lung Ning and Wu Zissou were dumbfounded. They felt as if they were dreaming. Then they felt ashamed. Before this, they actually wanted to challenge Chun Zong and defeat Qin Zong. Who would have thought that Lin Kuang, who was about the same level as them, would be defeated so easily even after using 100% of his strength? What kind of battle prowess was this? And how could they have overestimated themselves? On the ferocious battle platform, the eyes of the 3 extraordinary cultivators lit up. It was as if they could see through Chun Zong. In the surroundings, those who originally thought that Qin Zong was scared silly were all dumbfounded. How powerful! At least a 6-star battle prowess. It seems that UCI was really killed by him. The true martial realm cultivators from the 3 first-class forces and other forces said one after another. Qin Zong is a swordsman. He defeated Lin Kuang without even drawing his sword. His strength is too strong. Now that you mention it, I also noticed that he did not draw his sword. He only used a finger. We all misjudged him. This Qin Zong is very, very strong. It seems that he is one of the 5 seats. The people from the Blacklight sect did not look good. Lin Kuang was a member of the Blacklight sect and a genius who had been carefully cultivated. First, he was defeated by Qi Changfeng with a single finger. Now, he was defeated by Chun Zong with a single finger. They felt as if they had been slapped in the face. Chapter 351. Chun Zong returned to the second seat and sat down. Everyone's eyes fell on him, as if they were trying to see through him. My brother is really powerful. Xiao Taichao smiled. Although he knew that Chun Zong's combat strength had reached the peak of the 6-star level, he had never seen Chun Zong fight with his own eyes. The shock still lingered in everyone's hearts. As the first person to be eliminated, Lin Kuei could only stand in the Blacklight sect's camp and become spectator. However, he was very unwilling to accept this and was gnashing his teeth in hatred. My second challenge, Wu Zissou said with a dignified expression. He glanced at Qin Zong's face and gave up challenging Qin Zong directly. Lin Kuei could not withstand one finger, so he estimated that he would not be far behind. Needless to say, Xiao Mingjin was defeated just now, and he was no match for him. As for Qi Changfeng, he was also very strong, and he was no match for him. In the end, Wu Ziss's eyes fell on Qing Chun, who was in the first seat. You want to challenge me? Qing Chun asked with a smile. His tone was neither high nor low and seemed indifferent. That's right, Wu Zissou said seriously. In fact, he was not clear about Qing Chun's background. He did not know whether Qing Chun was strong or weak, but he could only choose this way. Perhaps he could win. You are no match for me, but since you chose me, I'll give you a chance. Qing Chun said as he slowly got up and walked to the 3 fierce battle rings. His steps were calm, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in his back garden. Not necessarily. Wu Zissou let out a loud roar as all of his inner strength erupted. Immediately after, he used a secret technique, and an even more tyrannical aura rushed out from his body. In the air above his head, it was as if the shadow of a giant axe had condensed out of thin air. This was the unique secret technique of the giant axe sect. Once performed, it could increase one's attack power by 30%, directly increasing Wu Ziss's combat strength by a small level. Holding the small, earth-shattering axe with both hands, he suddenly jumped and slashed at Qing Chun. Earth-shattering 3 slashes. With a roar, Wu Zissou waved 3 times in a row, turning into 3 tyrannical axe shadows. Each of the axe shadows seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth, and then converged into one, turning into a giant axe light that was overpowering the heavens and earth. This axe seemed to be able to split the earth. It was incomparably powerful. Far away, many cultivators' complexions changed drastically as they retreated in horror. This kind of imposing aura was too strong, making them feel as if their bodies were about to be split apart and turned into dust. It was unbearable. Qing Qin's expression did not change at all in the face of Wu Zissou's full-powered attack. He was so calm, as if nothing in this world could move him. When the axe landed, Qing Qin's body was directly split in half. The tough, ferocious battle platform was unable to withstand this attack, and a crack several meters long appeared on it. Qing Qin, who had been split in half, dissipated like smoke. That was not his real body, but an afterimage. Where did his real body go? While everyone was looking around, Wu Zissou suddenly flew backwards. Like a meteor, he flew across the sky and landed a few dozen meters away. His whole body fell to the ground. His whole body was limp and powerless. He couldn't move. The small earth-splitting axe fell to the side. The sharp edge of the axe was stuck in the ground, shining coldly. What happened? I don't know. Why did Wu Zissou suddenly fly out of the battle platform? The people of the giant axe sect immediately ran over and helped Wu Zissou up. Wu Zissou's body was limp, but his face was full of horror. How strange. Shenzong slightly narrowed his eyes and said secretly. In that instant, Qing Qin dodged Wu Zissou's giant axe, leaving behind only an afterimage. The moment the afterimage was destroyed, Qing Qin appeared in front of Wu Zissou. His palm struck Wu Zissou's abdomen, sending him flying. At the same time, all the strength in Wu Zissou's body dissipated. His limbs felt weak and powerless, as if all the bones in his body had been sucked out. Fast, Qing Qin's speed was extremely fast, and his body movement was very mysterious. His attacking method was also very strange, which made Shenzong very surprised and curious. This guy's fighting method is very strange. The true martial realm experts were all able to see Qing Qin's movements, and it was precisely because they could see it that they felt it was inconceivable. After easily defeating Wu Zissou, Qing Qin's face didn't reveal any trace of happiness or complacency. He was still as calm as ever, as if everything was as it should be. To him, Wu Zissou was nothing. He didn't even have the qualifications to be his opponent. Returning to the first seat, Qing Qin's eyes stared straight ahead, as though he was staring into the distance. Who was the third challenger? Hui Ziyue coughed twice before asking. The remaining 3 challengers were all extremely secretive and low profile. Not many people knew about them. Senior Sister Misty, my seat isn't stable. Why don't I hand it over to you? Lung Ning abruptly stood up as she spoke to the beautiful woman in the 100-flower robes. Many thanks, Junior Sister. The beautiful woman in the 100-flower robes laughed, not bothering to be polite at all. Lung Ning voluntarily left the 5th seat because she finally understood that the other 4 challengers all had extraordinary combat prowess. At the very least, they were all at the 6-star level. As for herself, she was only at the 5-star level. The disparity was too obvious. Not only that, as for the remaining 3 challengers, the 100-flower robes Misty was also from the Shadamas sect, but her combat prowess was many times higher than hers. As for the other 2 challengers, they were from the Great Axe sect and Blacklight sect respectively. Their combat prowess was also much higher compared to Wu Zissou and Lin Gong. Under such circumstances, no matter who Lung Ning fought against, she would definitely be defeated. Not only that, she would be utterly defeated with no way to resist. Since this was the case, she might as well admit defeat herself. That way, she wouldn't be defeated too badly, just like Wu Zissou and Lin Gong. After Lung Ning admitted defeat, The 100-flower robe's Misty sat down in the fifth seat. Right now, the rankings of the 5 contenders had yet to be determined. This was only temporary. Only after the battles between the top 5 had concluded would it be the next round. Do you want to go first, or should I? The white-robed young man asked the black-robed young man. Of course it's me. The black-clothed young man sneered. His long and narrow eyes flashed with a sharp glint that was as sharp as a blade. His expression was cold as he looked directly at Qi Changfeng's face. Do you want me to invite you down? You will soon know how wrong it was to challenge me. Qi Changfeng coldly laughed, his tone as cold as the northern wind. Then, like a gust of wind, Qi Changfeng leaped into the air and kicked out fiercely. His tyrannical inner strength surged, and the air beneath his leg was directly repelled. This kick gave people the feeling that it was like a thick spear piercing through the air and bombarding towards them. The wind and clouds were vast and mighty. The black-robed young man's countenance drastically changed. The power of this kick had exceeded his expectations. But shortly after, a cold smile appeared on his face. Only now would things be interesting. He hadn't wasted his time participating in the tournament. His palms were like sabers slashing upwards. A black-colored saber light lacerated the air, bringing with it a terrifying sharpness that seemed capable of slicing the heavens apart. Like a long spear and like a black saber, when they collided in an instant, there was a faint sound of metal clashing, and an extremely sharp qi burst forth. The black-robed young man took 3 steps back, while Qi Changfeng's body turned in midair and landed on the ground. You have some skills. You deserve my true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Changfeng quickly pulled out the spear shaft from his back. With a sharp clang, they combined into a silver spear that was almost 2 meters long. The tip of the spear was as bright as a mirror, reflecting everything. With the spear in hand, Qi Changfeng's aura instantly changed, becoming sharp and fierce. You deserve my true strength, the black-robed young man said with a cold smile. He touched his waist with his right hand, and a black light shot out. A long black saber appeared in his hand. The long saber swayed endlessly. It was a soft saber. There weren't many warriors who practiced soft swords. After all, soft swords were difficult to master. There were even fewer warriors who practiced soft sabers. Compared to soft swords, soft sabers were even harder to master. However, if this kind of strange weapon was successfully cultivated, it would often be able to exert a terrifying power. It was very difficult to deal with. Therefore, when the black-robed young man pulled out his soft saber, whether it was Qing Chun, Qin Zong, or Qi Changfeng, who was the enemy of the black-robed young man, they were all slightly startled. With a light flick of his wrist, the black soft saber rippled out circles of black ripples. The ripples were formed by the saber light, and they filled the surroundings, making it impossible to see where the saber was. Break! With a low shout, Qi Changfeng's words contained the sharpness of the spear. He held the spear with both hands and directly thrust it forward. This thrust seemed to be able to destroy thousands of soldiers and horses, as if it could pierce through a mountain. It completely displayed Qi Changfeng's amazing attainments in spear techniques. What an amazing foundation! Chun Zong couldn't help but think to himself. Any martial artist who practiced martial arts would start from the basics. However, most martial artists, after mastering the basics and having a certain level of cultivation, would practice more advanced martial arts. They would not pay much attention to the basics. After all, under normal circumstances, the power of basic martial arts could not be compared with that of ranked martial arts. However, those true geniuses would often pay attention to the basics and take care of the basics well. A solid foundation could provide convenience for subsequent practice, and it could also strengthen one's combat power. No matter how the saber light filled the air, it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. There was no need for me to distinguish between the real and the fake. This was Qi Changfeng's spear technique, and it was also his fighting style. The black-robed young man's expression changed slightly. The black saber light burned even more fiercely and filled the surroundings, directly wrapping around his body. The densely packed sound of metal clashing continued, and countless sparks flew. This was caused by the black soft saber striking the silver long spear again and again. However, the silver long spear was incomparably firm, and the black soft saber's frantic strikes were like an ant trying to shake a tree. It could not be shaken. With one thrust of the spear, the black soft saber's attacks were all blocked and then broken. Immediately after, the black-robed young man was pierced by the spear and quickly dissipated. It was just an afterimage. Chapter 352. It was the 7 kills of the chilly wind. 7 cold saber lights swept up the saber wind, which seemed to fill all directions. There was nowhere to hide. Do I need to hide? Chi Chong Feng, who noticed this, smiled coldly. Do I need to hide from this level of attack? Too weak. As the voice filled with disdain faded, the silver spear pierced through the air and swept out horizontally. The whistling sound of the spear was like thunder, like a hurricane, destroying everything in its path. The powerful 7 kills of the chilly wind was one of the unique skills of the young man in black. Few people with the same battle strength could face it head-on. But now, this move was actually broken by the opponent's spear. That kind of destructive force that swept in all directions was terrifying to the extreme, and it made him feel as if he had been completely defeated. Retreat. In an instant, the young man in black knew that he could not win. He hurriedly used his body movement to turn into a shadow, as if to escape into the air. In terms of body movement attainment, he was much better than Lin Ran. You can't escape. Chi Chongfeng's words were full of judgment. His spear pierced through the air and turned into a silver flowing light. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The black-clothed young man exerted his body movement to the extreme, turning into shadows that wandered on the fighting ring. However, the silver flowing light that was transformed from Chi Chongfeng's long spear pierced through and tore apart the shadows one after another, making the black-clothed young man run for his life. The gap is so big. The people of the black light sect frowned. It seemed that Chi Chongfeng could not hit the young man in black, but in fact the young man in black was fleeing in embarrassment under Chi Chongfeng's spear. As if he had lost his playfulness, Chi Chongfeng's eyes flashed. The silver flowing light paused slightly, and the surrounding air seemed to be frozen. In less than a blink of an eye, the silver flowing light broke out again, making an amazing tsunami-like sound. Its speed increased by more than 50%. The spear, which seemed to be able to break a mountain, pierced toward the young man in black. The young man in black was about to turn into a shadow, but he was still a little slower. The difference between victory and defeat was the difference between victory and defeat. Wielding the saber. The black soft saber was like a python around his body, firmly protecting every part of his body. As long as he could block the spear for an instant, he would be able to successfully use his movement technique to dodge it again. The idea was good, but the reality was terrible. This spear was Chi Chongfeng's true strength. He had not used much battle strength before. As soon as they came into contact, the black-clothed young man's expression changed greatly. It was unstoppable. The power contained in this spear was too strong. It was so strong that it had already exceeded the limits of what he could bear. The unstoppable tyrannical force passed through the black soft blade and fiercely bombarded him. The black-clothed young man only felt as if the bones in his arms were about to break. His entire body felt as if it had been hit by an invisible giant hammer. The power in his body dissipated and he was sent flying. Although he didn't fall off the stage, the black-clothed young man felt extremely uncomfortable. His entire body was aching, as if an elephant had ruthlessly trampled on his body. He almost couldn't hold his saber. In front of his eyes, a cold silver light bloomed and pierced through the air with astonishing sharpness. The black-clothed young man's pale face changed dramatically. His scalp was numb, and a cold current rushed in his spine. He reluctantly summoned the last bit of his strength to step back. His whole body rapidly fell off the stage. The silver light broke through the air above his head. The cold air stuck to his head, causing the black-clothed young man to involuntarily tremble. He actually lost. What is the background of that Chi Chong Feng? He is too strong. They were all shocked, but the people of the Black Light sect were gloomy. Whether it was Lin Kuei or the black-clothed young man, they were all geniuses carefully cultivated by the Black Light sect. However, Lin Kuei was a genius who was pushed to the public. He had the battle strength of a late 5-star warrior. In a place like the Three Ferocious City, it was enough to dominate the warriors of the Qi refining stage. As for the black-clothed young man, he was a hidden genius. His talent and training were much better than Lin Kuei's, resulting in a powerful battle strength of a mid-6-star warrior. Originally, the black-clothed young man was supposed to fight for a seat. Unexpectedly, he was defeated. Chi Chongfeng, the name of this genius from the Silver Light dynasty, was remembered by the people of the Three Ferocious City for the first time. In the end, only the white-clothed young man from the Giant Axe sect was left. Just like the Black Light sect, Wu Zissou was a genius on the surface of the Giant Axe sect, while the white-clothed young man was a hidden genius. He also had the battle strength of a mid-6-star warrior. Even in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, he was qualified to be ranked in the top 5 of the Jiao Dragon list. It was not impossible for him to compete for the second place. I challenge you. The white-clothed young man smiled, and his eyes fell directly on Xiao Mingjin's face. Until now, the woman in the 100-flower robe had taken the seat without a challenge because Lung Ning had taken the initiative to admit defeat. As for Qing Chun, Chun Zong, and Chi Chongfeng, they had all been challenged. Only Xiao Mingjin had not been challenged. Then you have to be careful. Xiao Mingjin smiled. He stood up and strode to the platform. Take the axe. A voice rang out. Immediately, someone threw out a giant axe from the giant axe gate. The giant axe seemed to create a whirlwind as it drew a beautiful arc in the air. It whistled as it fell towards the white-robed young man. The white-clothed young man grabbed the axe with his right hand and accurately grasped the handle of the huge axe. The huge axe had a double-sided blade like a millstone. The blade was bright and seemed to have a wavy pattern on it. It glowed with a faint red light. The front of the double-sided blade protruded like the tip of a spear, looking very sharp. The handle of the axe was 1 meter long. At the end of the axe, there was also a sharp protrusion like an awl with a blood groove. This was a very terrifying weapon, as if it was made for slaughter. This axe was called the Giant Axe. It was a first-level pseudo-spiritual weapon, weighing 888 pounds. Seeing the black-clothed young man from the Black Light sect being defeated by Chi Chongfeng in an overwhelming manner and the white-robed young man challenging Xiao Mingjin, the Giant Axe sect took out their Giant Axe in order to let the white-robed young man win. The Giant Axe sect focused on body cultivation. Although they could not break through the limits of the human body, they could increase the limit of a person's strength to 3,000 pounds or even 4,000 pounds or even higher. This white-clothed young man did not look strong, but his strength was much stronger than Wu Zissou's. He had no problem using the giant axe with one hand. Take the axe first. The white-clothed young man shouted in a low voice. His momentum was shocking, turning into layers of sound waves. Then, he waved one hand, and the axe cut the air apart. With a shocking momentum, he attacked Xiao Mingjin fiercely, as if he could split a mountain. This axe did not use the power of a pseudo-spiritual weapon, but it fully displayed the fighting strength of a mid-stage 6-star. As the axe fell, a white trace was left in the air. Under the terrifying axe blade, the air was compressed to the extreme, turning into an axe chi. With a shocking axe pressure, the battle platform was split open. Not bad. Xiao Mingjin laughed in a low voice. He raised his palm, and there seemed to be a whirlpool spinning in the center of his palm. He then threw it out. With a booming sound, it sounded like a hurricane. With the help of his inner strength, the palm print grew bigger and bigger, shooting out like a millstone. Cut! The white-clothed young man suddenly shouted. The speed of the axe increased, and it became even more ferocious. The power of the giant axe had increased to the late-stage 6-star in an instant. The millstone-like palm print was split in half and fell down, as if the axe was going to cut Xiao Mingjin in half. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Mingjin's hands touched his waist. They flashed past his waist like a shadow, and he had already put on a pair of black gloves. These gloves were so dark that they seemed to be able to absorb all the light in the surroundings. Both of his hands clamped upwards and immediately clamped down on the falling axe blade. It did not move an inch. Huh! The white-clothed young man clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. His physical strength and inner strength exploded at the same time. Xiao Mingjin's smile disappeared, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The muscles on his arms expanded slightly, and he caught the axe blade, preventing it from escaping. Different from the battle between the black-clothed young man and Qi Changfeng, the battle between the white-clothed young man and Xiao Mingjin turned into a contest of strength right from the start. The two of them seemed to be competing to see who was stronger. Exploding again and again, the ground beneath Xiao Mingjin's feet cracked, and his feet sank. Cracks also appeared on the ground beneath Xiao Mingjin's feet, and they quickly spread out. The white-clothed young man was not as calm and elegant as before. His face was red, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. The red light on the giant axe became brighter. However, Xiao Mingjin stood there like a 100-year-old pine tree. No matter how the white-clothed young man attacked, he did not move at all. Although this kind of fighting style did not seem to be pleasing to the eye, people who understood it could feel the thrill. If Xiao Mingjin could not hold on, he would probably be split in half by the axe. It would be very bloody. Below the fighting ring, everyone stared with wide eyes and held their breaths, afraid to disturb the two. Can he win? Someone whispered nervously at the giant axe gate. The black-clothed young man suddenly regretted. If he had known, he would not have challenged Qi Changfeng, but Xiao Mingjin. It seemed that he would have a chance of winning, but it was too late now. After many explosions, his strength was rapidly consumed, and he could no longer support a few more explosions. The white-clothed young man made a prompt decision to use his secret method. As if he had sensed his opponent's intention, Xiao Mingjin fully unleashed his combat strength. The power that erupted in an instant was extremely tyrannical, like the flow of the sea. With a sudden shake, he directly shook the giant axe up and then rushed forward like a big bear hitting a tree. His broad shoulder directly hit the white-clothed young man's chest. With a bang, like the roar of a drum, the white-clothed young man was sent flying backward under the impact of the tyrannical force. He flew out of the fighting ring like a meteorite and landed on the ground. His chest was stuffy, and his qi and blood were surging. Waves of pain came from his internal organs. He had suffered internal injuries. Xiao Mingjin had held back a lot in that collision. Otherwise, if he had used his full strength, the white-clothed young man would not have been simply injured, but would have been smashed to death. He lost. The people of the giant axe gate were silent. Chapter 353. Chinese medicine is so bitter. This year's genius competition was held by the Great Axe Sect, Black Light Sect, and Shadow Mist Sect. Naturally, the prizes would be provided by the 3 first-rate sections. According to the 3 first-rate sects' thoughts, they should each take one of the 5 seats. That way, they wouldn't lose out. Only the Shadow Mist Sect had achieved that. The Great Axe Sect and Black Light Sect had really lost out. They felt like they had worked for someone else. With the defeat of the white-robed youth from the Great Axe Sect, the 5 seats were confirmed. The mysterious youth, Qing Chun, Chun Zong from the Cloud Dragon Dynasty, Qi Changfeng from the Silver Light Dynasty, Xiao Mingjin from the Nine Eagle Dynasty, and Wu Ying from the Shadow Mist Sect from the 3 Ferocious City. Congratulations to the 5 of you for entering the 5 seats. Your names will be engraved on the 3 Ferocious Battle Steel. Hui Ziyue smiled. The 5 seats would receive rewards, and their names would be engraved on the battle steel. Next, it was time to determine the ranking of the 5 seats. The higher the ranking, the better. In the battle of the 5 seats, everyone has one chance to challenge. You can also give up. The challenges will start from the 5th seat. As soon as Hui Ziyue finished speaking, Wu Ying from the Shadow Mist sect stood up with a smile. Her eyes were as soft as water as she glanced over the crowd. The battle just now made Wu Ying realize that none of the 4 were easy to deal with. As her eyes moved, Wu Ying pondered. The white-robed youth and the black-robed youth's battle strength was similar to hers, but they weren't a match for Qi Changfeng and Xiao Mingjin. Wu Ying was most likely not a match for them. As for Qing Chun and Chun Zong, their battle strength wasn't bad, but they had only defeated 5-star cultivators. Therefore, she didn't know how strong they were. I challenge. Her seductive red lips slightly opened. The 2nd seat. Please come to the battle stage. Hui Ziyue smiled. Wu Ying's eyes were like water, as if she wanted to see through Chun Zong. Big brother Chun Zong, please go easy on me later. Her red lips slightly parted as she softly spat out a few words. Her voice was as soft as water. It was indescribably seductive. Chun Zong didn't answer. He just smiled. He was so determined that a little temptation couldn't shake his heart. The misty shadow seemed to be slightly annoyed, but all of this was just to confuse the opponent. In an instant, the misty shadow moved like a wisp of smoke. Chun Zong suddenly moved to the left, and a cold light pierced through his body. It was as if he was walking among the shadows of swords and sabers. The cold light was like a storm, but it could not hit Chun Zong at all, being able to advance and retreat freely within a small space. Qing Chen's eyes flashed, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. This required absolute control of one's own strength, as well as a precise grasp of one's surroundings. After attacking continuously, the misty shadow was unable to hit Chun Zong at all. He realized that there was a clear gap between him and Chun Zong, so he immediately unleashed an even stronger attack. Layers of fog covered the entire area. Within the fog, there seemed to be an illusory figure moving about. A cold light flickered within the fog, and this was where the name Misty Shadow came from. He was surrounded from all directions, as if there was no way out. Chun Zong did not panic at all. He had not entered the enlightenment realm, so he had to hold back a little. He unsheathed the red thunder sword and turned into a red lightning bolt, flashing through the fog. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of metal clashing. The misty shadow's body movement was very strange. When he used it, he could bring up fog and illusions, making it difficult for people to distinguish between directions and find out where the real body was. People could only passively dodge and block the attacks. However, Chun Zong's senses were very sharp. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still sense the movements around him. As long as the other party moved, it would naturally cause the air to flow. Chun Zong would be able to sense the slight flow of air and react accordingly. The Misty Shadow's fighting strength was at the middle stage of the 6-star realm, while Chun Zong's fighting strength was at the late stage of the 7-star realm when he did not use his secret technique. However, Chun Zong was hiding his strength. He did not use the power of the Enlightenment realm, nor did he use his 2 swords. His fighting strength was not even at the 7-star realm, but at the late stage of the 6-star realm. It was enough to deal with the Misty Shadow. Chun Zong shook his wrist, and the sword light poured out like a rainstorm. It was sharp and powerful, like a ray of light breaking through the clouds, tearing the fog apart. The Misty Shadow could only see the sword light in front of him. Every sword light was so powerful that it could tear him apart. He had to use all of his strength to deal with it. The weapon used by the Misty Shadow was a dagger. The dagger was as bright as snow, shining with a dazzling cold light. In just a few moves, the Misty Shadow was at a disadvantage. He was directly suppressed by Chun Zong and could not find any chance to fight back. With a sword in his hand, Chun Zong did not move an inch. That sword seemed to be able to spread to every corner of the fighting ring. There was nowhere to hide. The Misty Shadow had to use all of his strength to barely block every sword attack. Every sword attack made the Misty Shadow exhausted. Strong, he was too strong. Everyone could see that the gap between the misty shadow and Chunzong was huge. One was using all of her strength, while the other was taking it easy. Chunzong had already seen through the misty shadow's movements and attacks. Therefore, how could she compete with Chunzong? The last sword attack was as fast as lightning. The misty shadow only saw a flash of red light in front of his eyes. It was faster than his reaction speed. With a burst of power, the misty shadow flew out and fell out of the fighting ring uncontrollably. The rules for losing a battle were that one had to either be beaten to the point of being unable to get up, or be kicked out of the fighting ring, or admit defeat. The misty shadow was knocked out of the fighting ring by Chunzong, so she lost. This year's competition was not perfect yet. Therefore, everyone only had one chance to challenge. Perhaps it would not be able to fully display one's strength, and it would not be exciting enough. But that was the current rule. One chance. If you won, you won. If you lost, you lost. The misty shadow lost to Chunzong, which meant that she could only be ranked 5th unless someone challenged her and was defeated by her. However, judging from the current situation, the other 4 were all stronger than the misty shadow. It was impossible for her to defeat them. Congratulations to Chunzong for keeping his seat. Hui Ziyue smiled. He then looked at Xiao Mingjin. Now, it's the 4th place's turn to challenge. I will challenge you. Xiao Mingjin was thinking while watching the battle. He had already made his decision. He looked past Qi Changfeng and Chunzong and landed on Qingqin's face. Okay. Qingqin smiled, looking calm and elegant. This Xiao Mingjin's strength is at least at the late stage of 6-star, or even higher. Maybe he is at the peak of 6-star. Otherwise, he would not be able to defeat Bai Fu so easily. This Qingqin is even more mysterious. I can't see through him at all. He must be at the 6-star level as well. I wonder what level he is at. While everyone was guessing, Xiao Mingjin and Qingqin landed on the stage one after another. I can't see through your strength, so I will use my full power from the start, Xiao Mingjin said seriously. His hands swept past his waist and put on a pair of black gloves. His 5 fingers spread open as if he could hug a mountain, but also as if he could resist the impact of a mountain. That's a wise decision. Qingqin smiled. His calm tone contained a shocking amount of confidence. Take this. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Mingjin's entire body shot out like a meteorite. The sound of wind breaking was extremely loud. It was as if a 100-meter-tall wave was crashing down. Amidst the roar, Xiao Mingjin's inner strength surged like waves. Light blue waves surged on the surface of his body and rushed towards his arms. It was as if the sound of the waves was getting louder and louder. Under the guidance of his arms, it turned into the most violent waves, crashing against the shore. The waves were thousands of times heavier. Before the 2 palms arrived, the horrifying palm pressure had already squeezed the air in front of him. It was as if steel was pressing down on him. The tough stage started to crack, and the crack started to move forward rapidly. Under Xiao Mingjin's palms, even breathing became difficult for Qingqin. He couldn't even inhale air. However, Qingqin's expression remained calm, without the slightest trace of panic. The moment Xiao Mingjin's palms were about to hit Qingqin's body, Qingqin moved. He raised his right hand. It seemed very slow, but the trajectory was clear. He put his 5 fingers together and straightened his arm. He was facing Xiao Mingjin, who was rushing towards him with a violent momentum. Then, when Xiao Mingjin's horrifying palm pressure was about to hit him, Qingqin's right palm trembled slightly. An irresistible force burst out in an instant. With a booming sound, the entire fighting stage seemed to be shaking. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Under the pressure of Qingqin's palm, the steel-like palm pressure could not resist at all. It was directly smashed into pieces like porcelain, making cracking sounds. The invisible palm print collided with Xiao Mingjin's palms. Xiao Mingjin's face suddenly changed. With a roar, his body seemed to expand, and his strength became even more powerful. The booming sound was like thunder. It was earth-shattering. The hard bricks below were instantly shattered and turned into powder by the impact of the force. Qingqian's body leaned back slightly, like a bamboo bent backward in a storm. He suddenly bounced back and struck out again. There was a misty green light on his palm. The edges of the green light were like serrated needles that could pierce through anything. It was unstoppable. Under the collision, Xiao Mingjin found it difficult to resist. He had to take 2 steps back to reduce the force. The moment he reorganized his strength and was about to launch a second attack, Qingqian's palm had already arrived. The sharp sound was like a demon's voice. It almost tore his scalp and twisted his brain into a ball of chaos. Xiao Mingjin's face changed greatly. He frowned and felt very uncomfortable. His spiritual will was disturbed, and his highly condensed strength was somewhat unstable. In a battle between masters, Xiao Mingjin's attack was obviously affected by the slight fluctuation of strength. When Qingqian's palm came, Xiao Mingjin could only hastily resist. His resistance was destroyed in an instant by Qingqian's palm. After shaking off Xiao Mingjin's palms, Qingqian's palm hit Xiao Mingjin's chest directly. The moment Qingqian's palm hit Xiao Mingjin's chest, all the green light disappeared. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.